Να κλείσω λίγο, μην μιλάς.
Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Ένα, δύο. Και στο moderator τώρα πρέπει να είναι δύο τα μικρόφωνα.
Ναι, είμαι για συνέδριο δηλαδή, Αυτά εδώ τα μικρόφωνα. Ωραία. Ακούγομαι? Ναι. Πιο δυνατά, εντάξει, οκ.
Μπορείς να κλικοντάς. Όσο κλικοντάς, τόσο πιο καλά. Δηλαδή, εντάξει, θέλουμε περίπου έτσι, εκεί τώρα είσαι καλά. Εμείς και δεν χρειάζεται να
Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are about to start in 5 minutes. Apologies for this short delay. There are still a few people completing their registration, but we should be able to start in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So thank you for your patience. Okay. Are we all set? So let's make a start again. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee of this much-awaited event, the first ATHENA European University Technology Forum, and the first International Week, which will be running in parallel. We would like to welcome you, of course, on board. We feel extremely honored and privileged to be hosting this event for the first time here in the beautiful island of Crete, in Scythia. And we hope that you will enjoy the program and your stay in Scythia for the next few days. So once again, thank you for your participation. Before we start with the scientific program, which, if I'm not mistaken, should start just shortly after 10 o'clock, I would like to ask a few of our honorable guests to say a few words on stage. So the first person I would like to call on stage is Dr. Kostas Petridis, the Vice Rector of Industrialization. So, Kostas, if you want to make your way on stage.
It's the first time that I'm using speakers. So I would like to welcome you here in Scythia on behalf of the Hellenic Mediterranean University Governance. We are very happy to host this first International Week here in Scythia together in collaboration with the ATHENA European University and Hellenic Mediterranean University. It's a part of the priorities that we have set up as a governance to make internationalization part of Hellenic Mediterranean University DNA. And internationalization is not only mobilities. Internationalization is to internationalize ourselves, our culture, internationalize our research, our administration, our students, to provide to our students events like this one, which can be called, according to the bibliography, internationalization at home, in order to get introduced to other options that they have during their studies. So at the end of the day, we would like to make Hellenic Mediterranean University, and particularly all of our departments, the gate for our students and for our staff to the world. Because nowadays we live in a globalization era, so we would like all our student staff and ecosystem to be part of this. And we would like to start this, every day in any activities that we are doing. Few words about the ATHENA European University. The last 3 years, since 2020, under the governance and the motivation of the French President Macron, the European universities, they have some flagships in research, some flagships in education. Regarding education, one of the flagships is the establishment of these European University Alliances. The main idea and the big vision is like to make universities one. So to have a common strategy in a specific topic. In our case, the strategy and the vision is related around technologies and deep technologies and how these technologies, they can address challenges. A great example of the application of deep technologies is like how the community and the scientific community, they work together in order to address COVID-19. So within 3 months or 6 months, the people and the scientific community managed through the collaboration, through international collaboration, to introduce the first vaccines. But more than this, sciences in nutrition and dietetics, which is the topic, one of the topics of these international weeks, are sciences that study our health, not only the body health, but also our emotions and how healthy we live in order to have the resilience to address what is coming. So I would like to thank you, and we are very honored that you did all this traveling to come to this very beautiful place. And I hope that we are going to have a very fruitful week. And I would like to thank very much the people in the department. I don't remember all the names. So especially the people that we work during the summer that make this event a reality. And I hope on Friday, all of us to have excellent memories in order to renew our date for next year. So thank you very much. And I wish all the best for the week that we will have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Next one on the list is the Vice Governor of Lasithi Regional Unit, Mr. Ioannis Androulakis, please.
Good morning. Dear friends, I'm among you today with joy and enthusiasm, as I feel part of this innovative and innovative in the first ATHENA Technology Forum. We could expect nothing else from the Department of the Nutrition and Dietetics of Science of CITIA, which in its 25 years of operation has accomplished significant achievement in its field. The contribution of nutritional science and the use of technology to our health is proven and invaluable. Through a combination of good practices and collective experience, we can draw useful lessons and reorganize our actions, tools, and approaches in the field of nutrition and health. This communication and the exchange of views with other institutions is what makes these international actions of the Department of Nutrition and Dietetic Science of Hellenic Mediterranean University so important. Confident of the success of the first forum of eagerly awaiting this week's conclusion is adopt of a quote from Alexis Carrel, Nobel Prize winner in medicine. We are that we eat, and what we eat determines our thoughts, our lives, our present, our future, and our destiny. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Androulakis. And then we have the mayor of CITIA municipality, Mr. Georgios Zervakis, please. Okay.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Καλώς ήλθατε στην φιλόξενη πόλη της CITIA, στην οποία ελπίζομαι να απολαύσετε τις μέρες της παραμονής σας στον τόπο μας.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone. On behalf of CITIA Mayor, we would like to welcome you to our city. I'm doing a free translation because I'm not an official translator.
Η παραμονή στον τόπο μας και η δημιουργία του συγκεκριμένου event από το Τμήμα Διατροφής και Διαιτολογίας είναι αρκετά σημαντικό για ένα περιφερειακό πανεπιστήμιο όπως το Τμήμα του ΕΛΜΕΠΑ στην πόλη της CITIAς και αποδεικνύει το ότι και τα περιφερειακά πανεπιστήμια έχουν δυνατότητες ανάπτυξης διεθνών δραστηριοτήτων και όχι μόνο τα κεντρικά πανεπιστήμια. Είναι κάτι το οποίο θεωρώ ότι χαρακτηρίζει εμπολής την περιφερειακή ανάπτυξη που όλοι θέλουμε για τις μικρές πόλεις όπως είναι ο τόπος μας.
This event is very important because it shows the potential of decentralized universities like Hellenic Mediterranean University, and moreover, decentralized departments like, you know, the department that we have here in CITIA. This makes visible to the students, to the staff, that the potential of this department is very high, and also they can contribute in the further regional development as well.
Ο Δήμος Σιτίας, στα πλαίσια των δυνατοτήτων του και σε άμεση συνεργασία με το Ίδρυμα, με το ΕΛΜΕΠΑ γενικά, προσπαθεί να βελτιώνει και να βοηθά όσο έχει τη δυνατότητα, όχι μόνο στην καθημερινότητα των σπουδαζόντων, αλλά και στην δημιουργία σχέσεων μεταξύ του Πανεπιστημίου και του Δήμου Σιτίας. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ όλους και εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία και καλή εβδομάδα να περάσουν οι φιλοξενούμενοι μας.
Thank you very much for your participation. The mayor of the city, the city of Sitia will stand next to the department in order to provide as much assistance as possible for its further development. Thank you very much for your participation here.
Thank you, Mr. Zervakis. And last but not least is the head of our department, Department of Nutrition and Dietetic Sciences of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, Associate Professor Anastasia Markaki. Thank you, Anastasia.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your traveling here, for your participation in our first international event. It's a great honor that you did all this traveling to come here. It is the end of Europe as far as you saw, and we are very privileged that we have so many visitors to our first international event. When I say the first international event, I mean that, of course, we have Erasmus exchanges all these years, but this is the first organized international week where we have participants through the whole week. And also we have 3 events at parallel at this week. Our department, although it's quite new, quite old, whatever one can say, for 20 years of existence. It is only 4 years that we changed from Technology University to Hellenic Mediterranean University, which means that we have a lot of, we have better perspectives in academic and research area as a university, because now we can have master degrees, postgraduate degrees, which gives a great potential to our department, and this is a very great opportunity to have a discussion with all of you with the perspectives of whatever cooperation that we can have through academic programs or through research. The topic of the International Week for our department, it is a topic that we think that it's quite challenging of these days. It is the combination of technologies in our science, because until, let's say, 20 years ago, we don't think that technologies of much interfere with the nutrition and dietetics, but nowadays technologies has to do with everything. So we think that it is a topic that it is challenging to everyone and that we all enjoy, but also the lectures is not only related to technology and nutrition, it is for health and nutrition and dietetics as well. So actually we have a wide range of lectures. I want to thank all the staff of our department for all the effort that made for this event, and also our students. because especially our students, actually, we informed them 10 days ago, so I would especially thank them for their help. So I welcome you once again. I hope you enjoy the program, enjoy your stay in CITIA, and also that we will have a fruitful cooperation through these days. And honestly, I would like to have you here next year or then whenever our next event will be. So I think that we can start our program with the first talk of Professor Moratidou Theodora. She's Associate Professor in Community Nutrition, and he has more than 15 years expertise in community nutrition. She has worked a lot of years in European Union and World Health Organization. And her talk is the use of new technologies for nutrition and health promotion. So I welcome Ms. Moratidou.
Thank you, Anastasia. Anastasia, I think you may want to take my place now as a moderator, okay? Yeah? Or you want me to stay?
Well, a very big welcome to CITIA, to our department, from my side as well. So we are very excited. We are looking forward to our event, which it cannot be more relevant at post-COVID era. Technologies now, technologies play a huge part in the priorities of WHO for chronic disease management. I would like to know, I will start, it's the first presentation and I'm a bit, I don't know the audience, so I would very much like to know, there is an important event in terms of interdisciplinary as well. Like, how many of you are in health sciences, like health professionals, nutritionists or dietitians? Okay.
I'm on diet.
Diet. And then we have like technology experts. And the rest is like what sort of fields? Tourism and well-being. And what else? Just the last one, so we know like how we can progress with our discussion. Another something that I didn't mention so far? Social science. Perfect. Perfect. We all need professionals in social sciences in our research proposals and groups. So my topic is the use of technologies for nutrition and health promotion. Obviously, I'm a nutritional epidemiologist, so I will go back a bit to the boring things of methodology, but also I will balance this with some new technology that we use in nutrition and dietetics. So we will look a bit the issue, because we all work, like at least the health professionals, but also other disciplines in the field of, we try to do the best for the population, for the beneficiaries, for the population health. So we'll look a bit what is the problem in terms of health problems, also technologies used that they promote health, and then I will give you some examples about the integration of technology into nutrition. And it's my field of measurement, minimizing the errors in nutritional studies, but also how technology is used in childhood obesity. I will describe a bit about the application of technology in clinical practice, which I'm not an expert, so any questions to Professor Markaki in terms of the some points, and also some limitations and drawbacks, because it's very, very important when we live out of, when we completed like this fantastic week in CITIA, which is a very, very nice place, like to take away some messages in terms of limitations, drawbacks of the technology. So I won't take much time. So like the scientific community, truth is that I cannot see the screen and I haven't memorized yet, but I can, so we are, the scientific community is really looking for ways to improve diet of the population, to look for effective population interventions. And we are also looking, one aspect that I'm working is how to accurately measure what people eat, because this is very, very important when we do nutrition and chronic disease relations, because you very often see in the media, for example, you very often see in the media, like sweet beverages like Coca-Cola and these things is related to obesity as a mediator for cardiovascular disease, but very few are interested in the methodological aspects. So, dietary factors significantly contribute to global mortality and morbidity. Non-communicable diseases, which is a cluster of diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and chronic respiratory disease is what is the focus about. We all try to promote population health in these terms. And of course, diet, physical activity, sedentary behaviors are modifiable factors, and metabolic factors that we will see later in terms of blood pressure, cholesterol. So here you can see like the main causes of diseases. We split the diseases in terms of communicable diseases. So you see the leading causes of death globally. Ischemic heart disease is the main killer worldwide, followed by stroke, followed by chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. Then we have a couple of communicable diseases like asthma. We have like communicable disease, and then we go again to non-communicable diseases in blue. So, physical inactivity. In nutrition science, and when we are looking for effective intervention to promote health in the population, we don't separate nutrition from physical activity and sedentary behavior. We examine them together. This is how effectiveness is proven. So here I have some, I'm not sure if these slides will be available to the audience, so I don't have to go into detail. Perfect. So you see here like issues with rate plus, with hypertension, physical activity, raised cholesterol, harmful use of alcohol and obesity, and their contribution to mortality worldwide. So this is something very important. Poor diet, you can see at the, I'm used to moving around, and for me it's very difficult here, but I'll do my best. So here in this graph, you can see that poor diet is defined by a cluster. Defined by a cluster of several dietary factors, by several, is the leading cause of death and is the first or biggest contributor to NCDs. So this is very clear. You have like dietary risk, you see here deaths, number of deaths, and then you have a high blood pressure, tobacco. And in terms of dietary risks, the biggest contributor to mortality were a diet low in whole grains, high in sodium, low fruit, low nuts and seeds. So we see, we have the evidence that we need. And the evidence that I see you here, they are like some of the results, they come like from analysis of data from 1 million people. So it's like we are talking about meta-analysis or pool analysis. Okay, the problem of obesity, we know since 1975 until the evidence we have to 2016, the incidence of obesity has tripled worldwide in all regions of the world. With gold line, you see the global, but it's not very difficult to interpret. I mean, I would never put a diagram like that in student exams to interpret it, because it shows like all the sharp increase is not very difficult. So Obesity is a huge public health issue based on a very recent report. I will say to you that the highest number of obese people, adults, are in the United States. Can you guess where is the highest number of obese children? In which country? Greece is high on, but adults in United States. China. China has the largest number based, I'm talking on a specific, you will also find prevalence of overweight and obesity assessed in different ways with different population characteristics. But I'm talking about Lancet reviews and global burden of disease. Because now the problem of we have stabilization in obesity in many developed countries, and now we have the double burden of malnutrition, obesity and malnutrition in the developing world. In Africa, for example, is a huge problem. That is why UNICEF is working with obesity. UNICEF, not just WHO. Anyway, I'll go to the technologies. Technologies development, they offer opportunities in public health prevention and promotion, of course, via capturing, processing, storage, and exchange of information. General technology trends includes artificial intelligence in healthcare, integrating data and predictive analysis, technology in mental health, wearables in healthcare, cancer immunotherapy. So these are some of the examples that technologies are used in the health sector. When it comes to nutrition, these advances have helped a lot the scientific community in terms of the advances in health technologies, computer power, capture and analysis of big data. They help a lot the scientific community and the policymakers for the prevention and management of chronic diseases. And I'm talking mainly about the four big ones. That is the problem that we have post-COVID now and is a priority for WHO. So based a very recent report from an UN organization that is called Nutrition in a Digital World, refers at digital technologies as very important tools that can help to transform food systems and assist in the design and delivery of nutrition measures. So we can find these technologies in different form, whether it's mobile phone, artificial and e-learning. And here we have in terms of, based on the commentary at the American Society for Nutrition, in terms of technology trends, we see that there is a space for many scientific subjects. So we are talking about proteomics, omics technologies to relate health and disease, probiotics in health and disease, gut microbiota is everywhere, machine learning approaches to predict added sugar content of packaged foods, obesity epidemic, and all this information. So there is a space for technologies in all health sector subjects, right? Which is very important, and that is why I appreciate talking to an audience from different disciplines, because this is how, we can exchange ideas and explore collaborations. So, in terms, now, my students, that they're at the back, they will say, okay, Muratidou is again talking about epidemiology. But I have to say something. Technology helps nutritional epidemiology, which is the study of diseases and with the frequency and the determinants and causality. Technology helps us to advance our tools to measure physical activity, diet, a factor that very often people forget, and I will tell you later why. So, in nutritional epidemiology, it helps us to reduce the errors when we measure what people eat, something very important, and this is done with technology-assisted dietary assessment, which it can complement traditional methods like food frequency questionnaires, 24-hour calls, or they can be standalone dietary assessment tech applications. And then I will just very briefly go into public health interventions, the application of technology in assessing the effectiveness of public health interventions. So, the quality of outputs depends on the quality of the inputs. Biased data will result in biased outcomes. This is an epidemiological language. So if we don't measure properly what people eat, what is their physical activity, what is the sedentary status, which is the basic, is a start, then we will end up with wrong outputs. We keep saying, for example, that there is a relation between the X dietary factor and all diseases, right? And we go out in the news and stuff like that, and they say, yeah, there is a relation. It's not simple like that. If we don't accurately measure what people eat, we cannot have accurate results, and we cannot make recommendations for health professionals like dietitians, for example, how to treat, how to deal with the nutritional therapy of people with diabetes at increased risk of cardiovascular disease. If we don't measure diet properly, we are led to mistaken results. And this, I cannot stop saying this, but because everyone is bored of methodology and epidemiology, I don't know how to say it in a different way. So we have computer, internet, telecommunication, imaging technologies with the aim to improve the accuracy of assessment and compliance of the participants. Of course, technology-related dietary assessment is a preferred method by the adults, by especially children as well, like mobile phone is an extension of their hand. So, a very accurate approach is, in terms of technology, is dietary assessment with innovative technologies that they used is based on electronic recording of foods and drinks consumed, and I will tell you about. So when we decided to integrate technology in dietary assessment, the aim is to minimize the errors that they come from traditional methods, with the questionnaire, with the interview with the dietitian, because so we have a bit improved, we have more accurate data. And then we say technology-assisted dietary assessment. Roughly, broadly, two categories: computerized smartphone applications, versions of the traditional methods. So we have either static computerized technologies or mobile technologies, and the most accurate version is computerized smartphone application that capture additional raw data, and some of the software, some of these applications, you can, a participant, for example, wears a camera that take a picture of the food that they consume, is processed, centralized. I'll show you an example later. So you see, there are super many applications in terms of technology-assisted dietary assessment for research or surveillance and for consumer. And you can see, I won't go into the detail, like you can see features in terms of data entry, in terms of food description, in terms of output, and evidence in nutritional epidemiology. If there are no evidence of usability and validity of dietary intakes, we are only making assumptions, right? That is why many applications are validated, and I will show an example here. You have here the results of 25 validation studies that they refer to 19 new technological tools to measure diet, and the results of the validation shows that in comparison with the traditional methods, like with the questionnaire or with the dietitian, there is, when we compare with these new applications, there is a small variation of 60 calories. So it's not the difference is very, very small. So we can say that tools, many of the tools, when they're validity examined, are very accurate. So, we have, I will, συγγνώμη, μπορεί να το κάνω να δω τι χρόνο έχω και μετά θα το δούμε. Sorry. I will make a demo later. An example is the welcome to intake 24-hour recall. If I have time in the end, I'll do the demo. But yourselves as well, you can have a look. So you see everywhere validation, which is very, very important. The description of the method, for those that you don't know, dietary recall is basically the dietitian is asking, Anastasia, starting from yesterday, the time that you woke up, what was the first thing that you ate and drank? And then we go sequentially until the end of the day. And we do some prompts and stuff like that. This is a computerized system and is available. Here we are talking about, this is from Maria Vassiloglou. She's working now in Bremen and she's working for the Nestlé Institute. We have the GoFood, which is using artificial intelligence. Is an Android system that supports both images and videos as an input to automatically determine calories and macronutrient content. It's very, very interesting. Don't ask me about the text because I try to read like the description and all this and I'm thinking, okay, I need to study for a year or something, but it's very interesting. And that is why we have people from different disciplines. We give the input in terms of nutrition. Computer tech people, they give the input in terms of the algorithms and all these things. Professional in practice, they give the input in terms of feasibility and usability as well. So we have artificial intelligence as well, that we can measure adherence to the Mediterranean dietary pattern, which is something new, relatively new, and interesting. You see, we have a photo, and the system, it breaks it down into different type of foods. It makes some calculations. Still, no matter what, in terms of technology, in this step, we need human input, manual input. So it captures to a degree, but there is a 10% that needs to be reconfirmed by the user. And then we have like the model in terms of calculating, for example, what is the adherence to the Mediterranean, low, medium, or high. Because we normally do adherence to Mediterranean diet with very short instruments, like it's normally 10 questions or 12 questions, and with a score that you calculate immediately. Now, I won't go into this. I don't know how much time do I have, because I really would like to show the demo. Minutes. 15. Okay. So, for people that they are interested in terms of technology for the assessment of the Mediterranean pattern, you can have a look at this, this paper. It's a systematic review. So it's a high level of data synthesis and description. It's not a narrative review. So evidence were gathered in a very systematic way. I won't go into the tables, but I wanted just to show that the variety of populations that these technologies are used. Like you have older people, you have youngsters, you have different study design, like randomized controlled trials, or you might have a cross-sectional study that they just want to measure adherence. And then the second example that I wanted to give you of the application of the information of the technologies is efforts in interventions in terms of childhood obesity. Dramatically increased, we said, the prevalence over the years. A big problem both in developed and developing world. We have short-term and long-term consequences of childhood obesity. So if I'm not mistaken, an obese child is 5 times more possible to become an obese adult, but we also have short-term consequences, which is nutritional inadequacies, like lack of specific nutrients important for growth, and also obesity, for example, in school children is related with low educational ability. Okay, they perform less. Is related with weight stigma during adolescence. Weight is related with mental health issues. That is why we give a lot of focus in childhood obesity, and also is very important, you know, for those of you that you work with young population groups or you have children, you see that in early life stages is when nutrition and lifestyle behaviors are formed. If the child, and especially is during around the age of 4, if you get it right, then the possibilities is that your child will have a healthy lifestyle. We know as well that school children, they have a very high levels, like global terms, they show us that they have high trends in low physical activity, high sedentary behavior, unhealthy dietary patterns, and I will add to the equation the sleep, that is another variable that we also take into account in terms of childhood obesity. So when I say sedentary behavior, I mean exposure to screens like mobile, television, and all this. So we can use technologies to improve the diet of children, especially like most of the young population groups, they have access to the internet, to technologies, and to prevent obesity. And we can have web-based technologies. This is an example in terms of nutrition education. We are educating the young population groups to improve their diet. So we have web-based technologies, mobile technologies, wearable sensor technologies. I'll show you an example, and virtual reality. So with obviously in obesity prevention, technologies, they help us to overcome some barriers, some difficulties, and again minimize errors. But we need to consider the technology that we use, what is appropriate for the population. Is like, I'll talk about issues of equality later, but not everyone has access to technology, to the internet. We need to consider what we are targeting, and just said, like, these are 4 points that we need to consider when we want to use technology, not only in young population groups, in many groups. So I'll share experiences, like a couple of experiences with you, just to see the application of technologies in large epidemiological studies. One is the research of the Toy Box research, an intervention to prevent childhood obesity, led by the University of Harokopio in Athens. So we had Spain, we had Bulgaria, colleagues from Belgium, from Germany, from Poland. And what we did, you see here an article, in epidemiological studies, in order to buy a good technology to measure physical activity, it costs around, just a small machine, it costs around 600, the cheap one, good technology, up to 1,500 accelerometers. And then you need money for the software, and you need lots of discussion about the use. So obviously, we cannot, in Toy Box, we had like 3,500 children from 6 European countries. What we did, we measured the diet of the physical activity of the children with pedometers, 3,500, and then we use accelerometers. Our colleagues in Belgium, they did a validation there, a validation study. Accelerometers versus pedometers, we've seen that is good correlation, and we moved on to extrapolate results from pedometers. IDEFIC study, multi-center study, we are talking about 16,000 children, aged 2 to 9 years old, from Sweden, Germany, Italy, Hungary. Here we use, again, accelerometers. You see here, these are available online. They are with permission. So here is the position of the accelerometer over here. And then we also use a web-based 24-hour recall to assess diet. Now, in clinical dietetic practice, obviously we use mHealth for the dietitians that they are here. There are some challenges because when we talk about nutritional therapy, it's personalized nutrition, the dietetic with the patient. So there are some challenges, how we move from reductionist approaches to data-driven technology, the infrastructure, the standardization, and issues of methodology. And then our students in dietetics, in clinical practice, we use the nutrition care process. When you go to a dietitian, they will make the nutrition assessment, measure anthropometry, biochemical indicators, diet, and then we have the diagnosis and then the intervention. You need to lose 5 kilos, and this is how you do it. In all this, you can see here how in all 4 steps of the NCP, you can have and apply technology. My favorite part, I'm nearly like 2 minutes. Very, very important to remember limitations and drawbacks, what we know from our experiences. We know that development of technologies is driven by technological progress and not very often by the need for evidence, right? The knowledge gap of successful integration of such technologies in clinical practice or in epidemiological studies is not very well studied. We need more evidence, and the evidence we have, they are not that high quality, and we need to discuss the scientific community. Obviously, there are limitations with technology when applied to assess diet, and we need, not everyone knows how to use the computer, not everyone has access to the computer, right? And when, as a team, we want to use technology in our project, we need to make sure that we have the expertise, we have the stable funding, infrastructure, issues of privacy. And I will end the presentation with aspects of inequity and bioethics. There are potentials for technologies to widen inequalities. When I said uneven access to technology and to the internet. So you can see here, in order to have successful digital health promotion, all the stakeholders, scientific community, policymakers, we need to consider to increase accessibility to all, to reach all citizens, to work with digital literacy, to engage interesting elements in the intervention, enable and establish trust. So thank you very much. I don't know if I have 2 minutes for a demo. Yeah, yeah. So I will very briefly show you like a demo of a 24-hour call, and then, as I said, δεν έχω χρόνο. Εντάξει. And then think about some questions if you like. Okay, so we go. In my screen, I cannot see it. The guys were so kind and they taught me how to do it, and I forgot 5 minutes.
This happens to everyone, all the time.
All the time.
Ποιο είναι?
Εγώ ήθελα το... Αν πάτε εδώ... Ποιο ήτανε το alt? Αυτό.
Τη σελίδα.
Ναι.
Και το ορθοδόξουμε και πάλι.
So this is a computerized version of a 24-hour recall. We said it's like 24-hour recall is what did you eat and drink the previous day. So you see here how nicely when it comes like what time you had breakfast, for example 8 o'clock, around that time. Please list everything, one line per item, and you can see food and drinks. I had muffin, and I had coffee. But apart from this, you can see that it's broken into lunch as well, afternoon snack or drink, evening meal, late snack and drink. So this is how is normally done instead of having a dietitian, because these methods require personnel. And if you have, in Dietetics, we assessed 16,000 people. Imagine 16,000 times what personnel you need to do this. So have a look yourselves. I'm happy to discuss questions if you have.
Thank you very much for this very beautiful presentation. I have some questions, and so excuse me from the very beginning because probably they are very naive.
No.
First of all, I would like to ask, how do you define poor diet? It's like the content or the process that we follow?
Is a number of factors. It's like in terms of quality, in terms of amount, in terms of type of food. Like the quality, it comes with the type of food. There are different ways to characterize. We are not only looking poor quality, it might be poor dietary patterns, like a person that doesn't consume breakfast, for example. What else? A person that has a high increase, doesn't drink water and supplements this with all the issues. But you know, the usual suspects is a pattern that characterized with high consumption of fatty foods, of fast foods, low consumption of fruit and vegetables. There are different parameters.
And my second question has to do how obesity developed in post-COVID era. So how obesity observed and mapped before COVID, and how after COVID.
We are lucky just to say that Professor Zafiropoulos, who is not here, our department is running a study on body weight and dietary habits before, during, and after COVID. It varies. COVID offered opportunities to improve our physical activity, our diet, hence body weight, but we have lots of evidence that unfortunately that we say they say that we have people like 2, 3, 5 kilos is like the medium amount that people took because of the change in habits. People, they had lots of time to eat at home, to cook. We have people that they improved their cooking skills, but not to make a salad, to make a pie or to make a cake or something like that. But the thing that we are trying to investigate, the bad thing will be if these habits that they were established during COVID remain after COVID. And this is the worry of WHO. We already have a huge problem with non-communicable diseases. Now we have changes. How are we going to manage all this? So, yeah. So increases and few positive behaviors.
Mm-hmm. And my final one is like, what is the best way to be proactive? I mean, what are the activities and the actions that you suggest in order to learn our kids or through the education in order to learn how to
Yeah, there is no model that is used that we say this is the single solution. It depends on who you are talking to, what is your population, what is the ethnicity and stuff like that. Now, we know in developed countries that effective interventions at school, they need to have some characteristics. It cannot be that you educate only the child, you educate the parents, you educate the educational community, you change the physical environment. For example, in schools, you have the school canteens and there is a law, what should be available or not. The parents, you educate them and you say, especially in Greece, is very common, like in the kitchen, you have a cupboard, you open it when your child is not is a bit naughty, you open the cupboard, you have like all the chips or the chocolates or the biscuits. You know, parents, we define parents as role models or providers. You either a role model for your child or you just provide. But we don't blame parents. We need to educate the educational community. I mean, when you go into a school and there is no water available, they either need to buy it, there is no a proper place for physical activity, that they are allowed to bring whatever is a problem. But the primary responsibility is with the policymakers, sort of. We have the company, we have the digital marketing, which is a problem, the physical environment, the law, the cooperation between different disciplines is very, very important.
I wanted to ask about the I'm a technology person and I teach also wearable computing, and I'm wondering if you tried gaming inside the application, because we found that it's very helpful to encourage children to study and to do other activities.
Yeah.
So have you tried it with the dietary
we did
solutions?
not so far in the previous subjects that I'm talking about, but I'm about, there is someone who has contacted me from the educational sector that is a tech savvy as well, and he said to me, Theodora, gamification,
You have to.
exposure to the children, and let's see how we can improve their nutrition literacy and health literacy.
Because what we found is from the research is that, okay, they like it, but after 5 times they don't do it anymore unless they get some kind of gratification. And this gratification and this adrenaline comes from the use of gamification. So we can further talk about it, but this has been proven to be very successful.
May I ask what was the process of developing the intervention, the gamification? Did you do any focus groups to discuss with the students?
Yes, and I will show
And
you
still,
offline. Yes,
excellent.
we can talk.
Okay.
Okay, one more question. Huh?
We have.
The best part of the process.
Yes.
Hello. I would just like. I would like to add something. Gamification is good not only for children but to adults too. Like Duolingo works that way. So maybe the application with gratification would be better, right? And my dear friend wanted to ask you a question.
I have a different question. May I ask you, what do you think about intermittent fasting? It's really fancy. So it's good or distracting, and what do you think?
Excuse me, it's not the topic.
Are you just asking me what is my opinion about intermittent fasting? No technology or anything, right? I'll tell you. Because I used to, there are some diets that this is what we share with and we discuss with the students, right? Some of these trendy diets, like the ketogenic diet, which now everyone is using, it started as a therapeutic diet for epilepsy. It's not a trend, it's a therapeutic diet for epilepsy because it softens a bit the symptoms and stuff like that. Intermittent fasting and all the rest, as I never really worked in the field of dietetics, but I know from the evidence, and this characterizes all these type of diets. We know that they have results, short-term results. The problem with these diets are that when you go to a dietitian, they say the principles of good diet is quality, and we eat everything, right? In these diets, there is an issue with the timing. Other diets, they exclude big food groups from what people eat. And we go into a yo-yo dieting, and when people lose the weight, there is a high possibility that they will take the weight and double or triple. The purpose of dieting is to change dietary behavior. It's not like to lose a weight, to go to the beach, and then you go back, you have a holiday blues, and you end up in a different way. So there are evidence, we know in the literature, even from systematic reviews and meta-analysis, there are benefits, but it depends from which aspect you look at it. And we say to our students, for example, if a customer comes and is really, says, I want to do intermittent fasting, right? You cannot change his mind with the discussion and everything. These dietary schemes is good to be done or followed by dietitians, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes,
Thank you.
A great answer.
I'm saying because Professor Markaki is a clinical dietitian and dietitian in the field for many, many years.
Okay.
And Professor Fragiadakis had a question? I covered. Okay. No, εντάξει.
Okay.
I would like to say something. My name is Fragiadakis and I work with metabolism. And I want to say something about intermittent fasting. So what you do there, you leave many hours between meals. This, in a sense, pushes metabolism. And this means that, for instance, if you have a medium glycemia, you are a pre-diabetic metabolic syndrome, then this will give time for your sugar to go down. But this is not a general rule for all. It will depend on the function of their thyroid gland. And again, sometimes it's better to choose small meals to sustain the BMR or the RMR, the resting metabolic rate. So I understand intermittent fasting, but it's not for all, and it should be, as my colleagues said, be followed after guidance from health experts. Thank you.
And may I add something to the discussion? Although we have a lot of evidence about these diets, as Muratita said, to my opinion, because I'm a clinical dietitian, I think it's a sign of deterioration of our society, this kind of strange diets, because the rule is so simple that we need just to eat what we need, which has to be proper and little and with quality, and that's all, and that's it, and with a lot of exercise, physical activity. All the others, I think, to my opinion, it's a sign of yes, the deterioration of the society. I think it's a philosophical perspective. So we have an evidence, you can follow it, we have a lot of results about it and whatever my colleagues said, but I don't think that it's a way of trying it unless you need it for a therapeutic reason, for a real therapeutic reason. So thank you, Dr. Muratidou, for the great presentation. And now we have time, 30 minutes for a coffee break.
Now we will go outside in order to take the group photo. Then we are going to have the coffee 11 o'clock to 11:30 every day. At 1, we are going to do a break for you. The bus will be here, 1 to 2, to go to the city center if you wish, in order to have a very fast lunch and come back. Otherwise, you can sit here to the cafeteria to have, you know, a bocadillo, a sandwich in español. So let's go outside and then we will continue the lectures in this room. Thank you. Excuse me, I will appreciate. No, I don't. Okay, so we are starting now the second session. We're going to have two talks before the lunch break. For the lunch break, you can take the bus. The bus will be here at 1 o'clock, but you should take the bus from the city center at 2, sharp at 2, in order to come back. Otherwise, you will need to take a taxi. So otherwise, you can stay here. There are going to be sandwiches here that you can buy from the cafeteria. I have ordered here, you know, to keep something, to prepare something like 20, 30 sandwiches in order to know from the first day what are the statistics, the big data, in order, you know, the machine to learn. So let me start the academic program with Dr. Anne Griffin, a senior researcher in the University of Limerick in Ireland. We are going to be very glad because we are going to hear today in different slots and 2 eyes in order also to inform us about the university networking and the collaboration that we can have with the Irish universities. Also, this is one of the main features that I strongly suggest you to take into consideration, that you can meet a lot of people here in order to collaborate, more projects for you, more projects for universities to identify. I will give you a short tip for the Irish universities, of the few that I know, that they are very good and they are a worldwide point of reference regarding how to apply micro-credentials and minors. So I would like to call in the floor Anne, who is going to speak to us about student experiences of online problem-based learning in an interdisciplinary didactic and engineering environment. And because of the multidisciplinary, I would like to introduce you later on my colleague from Holon Institute of Technology in Israel, that she is the director of a multidisciplinary department, one of the few in the world. So probably later on, you can network. So the floor is yours, and thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very, very much for the warm welcome that I've received here. Can you all hear me? Yeah. And if I speak too fast, because I am a native English speaker, please let me know, okay? Because I would just go on otherwise. So I'm Anne Griffin from the School of Allied Health in the University of Limerick, and I'm here to speak today about our experience working with students to introduce them to online problem-based learning in an interdisciplinary dietetic and engineering environment. So what I'm going to speak through today is the problem-based learning approach that we used to use a real-world, topical and carefully selected scenario that we presented our students with, and we called it the Health Technology Project. It was interdisciplinary and interfaculty because I'm in the Faculty of Education and Health Sciences and my colleague was in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, so that had to be navigated as well. We used online teaching and learning environment. This wasn't by choice, this was by necessity because it was, this project started just in the academic year 2020-21 and I don't need to tell you about COVID-19. And it was a health technology project, so it blended requirements to provide students with an online interdisciplinary problem-based learning assignment. So it was myself and my colleague, Assistant Professor Michael Johnson in the Faculty of Science and Engineering. And at the time, both myself and Mike were actually students ourselves because we were undertaking a Master's in Teaching, Learning and Assessment. And we had been tasked with an assignment about contemporary teaching in higher education. And of course, because it was during this COVID era, we were our assignment was based on the pivot to online teaching. So we had actually, done our own assignment, and when we finished that and submitted that, we said, look, could we actually do this in practice? Let's give it a go. So our first challenge was to come up with something that integrated both disciplines. So we had our nutrition and dietetic program, and then there was the science and engineering programs. And what could we come up with that kind of integrated between those two? And we came up with the Health Technology Project. And then we had to think about, well, how could we put that together as a learning opportunity or a learning activity for our students? So just a little bit in dietetics and technology. Now, I'm not going to speak too much about this because actually Theodora did it beautifully earlier, but she mentioned as well about emerging areas of practice for dietetics. So this was a scoping review that was conducted by Blair back in 2022, and it just, here you can see nutrition information, the use of mHealth apps, and how large this is starting to appear within the scope of dietetic practice. Central to that is skill development. So many of us who are teaching on dietetic programs, you know, we're, I suppose, dinosaurs maybe when it comes to technology. We're having to upskill ourselves in this language, this computer literacy, in order to be able to teach it to our students. So a little bit about the two disciplines that were involved. So the Human Nutrition Dietetics, it's a master's program. The module that this health technology project was a part of was the dietetic assessment and practice. So that's a module that runs for 12 weeks. It has 4 contact hours per week, 2 hours of lecture and 2 hours of tutorial, and it has an ECTS weighting of 6 credits. So the learning outcome, the main learning outcome of this module is that students learn the foundations of dietetic practice, including the skills of nutrition assessment. The focus is on the nutrition care process or the nutrition care model. Again, Theodora outlined that earlier today. And this project, this assignment that the students worked on was actually weighted at 25% of the overall assignments that the students complete. The major assignment that they complete in this module is their OSCE, or their observed structured clinical exam, to demonstrate their skill and competency. This here, in Ireland, dietetics is statutory registrated, so you can only call yourself a dietitian if you have the necessary qualifications, and the Human Nutrition and Dietetic Programme in UL is one of those approved programmes. So central, again, to this is the dietitian's code of professional conduct and ethics, and that kind of underpinned this health technology assignment as well, and I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute. The engineers then were studying for their Bachelor's in Science of Applied Physics or a Bachelor in Engineering for Electronic and Computer Engineering. So this was an elective module that they could sign up to. The module codes ET4305 and EE4105, so they're shared code, but the modules were Instrumentation and Control 1 and System Analysis. Again, it was a 12-week module with 4 contact hours and weighted at 6 ECTS. There were 23 students in the engineers, there were 15 in the dietetics. They were in 3rd year of their undergraduate program, so we felt that the 3rd year of the undergraduate program was equivalent to the 1st year of the 2-year master's program. So in terms of their learning content and underpinning theory that they would be required for undertaking this assignment, we felt that the students matched quite well. These modules introduce students to the fundamental principles of practical control engineering, the use and specification of instrumentation for control, and the application of technology and ICT to instrumentation and control systems and processes. One thing worth noting for both programs, or both student cohorts, this learning activity was their first taste of working collaboratively. Not just among themselves, but with another discipline, and having, you know, to undertake project work at a team level. Okay, so problem-based learning, for anyone who hasn't come across problem-based learning before, it's a pedagogy of flipping, if you like, traditional learning. So in traditional learning, you're told what you need to know. You're asked to memorize it, and then you're usually asked in like an exam or an essay or a case study which presents a problem, and you're to demonstrate how you have that knowledge and you can apply it to the problem. In problem-based learning, that is flipped. So you're given the problem first of all, and then the student themselves have to identify what they know already and what they need to know. And then they have to learn and apply this new knowledge that they gain to solve the problem. So problem-based learning assignment then, it was a hands-on active investigation, okay? So it wasn't just about reading, going and looking up papers. It was an active investigation where they had to come up with a solution to the problem. And the problem was defined within a real-world context. This allows the students to develop critical thinking skills and also creative skills. And it also increases, or it has been shown in the literature, to increase the students' motivation and their own responsibility for their own learning. It helps the students learn to integrate knowledge with new situations. So instead of having this bank of knowledge in their head, that they actually have to go and find out, the knowledge that they need to apply to the problem that has been posed to them. So this means gathering new knowledge and new learning. It supports collaborative learning because working together in a team, they had to define their roles and responsibilities of who would gather what information and for why, and how that information would be garnered together towards a solution. So that focuses on knowledge acquisition rather than the product. And this was one thing we kept telling our students, your solution to the technology project that we assigned them, it might work, it might not work. That was okay. It was about the process, how they went about finding that information, whether that information was apt for the project that they were assigned. So it's about the process rather than the product. Communication and personal skills are really, they're developed when they're undertaking this project, and they're transferable skills, that they can carry from this module to the other modules as they progress through their programs, but of course in their future careers these are key skills to have as a professional. And underpinning all of this is the teacher is the facilitator. The teacher is not the person with the solution. The teacher is there to facilitate the students to work towards identifying a solution to the problem that they've been posed. So in terms of student engagement, we were considering the learning environment. At this time, again, of COVID-19, it was right, when there were many public health restrictions, people were isolated within their own homes. So we had to be mindful as well of taking care of our students, that many times many of our students were taking care of others, and of course we had to take care of ourselves as well. So expectations were defined from the outset in order, that the students knew what it was that was expected of them. Again, that understanding that it's about the process and not the end product. Time is a factor. Well, time is always a factor, isn't it, in teaching? It's always this balance between what we have to cover and how long we have to do it. Technology, there was technology within the project that they were working, but then we also used technology to support the students as they work through their projects. And then the bit about connectivity, how they connected with each other, how they communicated with each other, whether that, was using online resources, and then the other ways, just in their language skills to each other were considered. So what the problem-based learning does is fosters active and self-directed learning, which I've kind of described there, authentic assessment. So the real crux to a problem in a problem-based learning situation is that it's an assessment or an assignment that the students can identify with, that they understand why it is they would need to or want to work on this project. So we had to situate that and provide a justification of that for them in terms of their own learning, but also in the real world and what they might be expected to do in their future careers. I mentioned already the transferable knowledge and skills, so of course we had module learning outcomes that we have to address, and we have to ensure that the problem allows the students the opportunity to do activities that meet those learning outcomes and that we assess those learning outcomes. But also there's that knowledge and skills that transfer across the programme and transfer across into their future careers. And then the problem had to be something that could be applied across several disciplines, that it wasn't just all the work of one of the disciplines involved. So what you're seeing and hearing, I'm hoping, is that the problem is absolutely key to problem-based learning. So we had to find a project that dietitians could work on, but also engineers would have an investment in. So we had to think about the field of engineering, the field of allied health in which dietetics is situation, and also in terms of future career, and you saw that expanding scope of dietetic practice, which is moving outside of clinical fields and very much into working with industry stakeholders, and come up with a problem. So say, for example, if this was a multidisciplinary approach, well then we would have given the dietitian students, John Smith is deputy manager at a busy retail outlet, he's been referred to for weight management, come up with a plan. If it was electronics, design and build a simple portable device which will allow a patient to monitor their percentage body fat in real time, come up with a plan. But this would mean that the dietitians were maybe working over here on theirs, the engineers were working over here on their assignment. We wanted them to come together to work together. So it was really about an interdisciplinary education approach where the students learn with, from and about each other. We had to think about the process that the project would run over as well. So you can see here, number one, defining the problem. And this is the trigger, if you like. This really is where you get their motivation going, get them invested in the project, having that justification for why they would want to work on the project at all. Secondly then is identifying what we already know. So the students had to apply analytical, critical,
what does it mean, EBL?
EBL, evidence-based learning, but problem-based learning. Sorry, yeah. Okay. So gathering the evidence that allowed the problem-based learning to take part. Yeah. So here they have to apply their analytical, critical skills and what existing knowledge they already have. And in doing that, then they can identify what they already know and identify on to step 3, well, what are the gaps in our knowledge? What do we now need to know? And here they define their own learning outcomes. And again, through communication, negotiation, their own organisation, who will take responsibility within the team for those gaps. Step 4 then, this is where there is a little bit of individual and also joint research. So they've now defined their responsibilities, they go off themselves and find. So this is self-directed. They go and find the information and they come back to step 5 where they collate it within their team. Okay, so here we've got team working, verbal, negotiation, and again, critical analysis where they're gathering together the evidence, the knowledge that they have sought, and again, thinking about their project and their final solution. What can we keep? What maybe do we go? And that can take some negotiation. And that means that they had to work together to have a clear vision of what their solution might be. And that was something that they had to agree together. Again, myself and Mike, we didn't tell them what their solution would be, obviously. Okay, so then step 6, they apply what they've learned. Okay, and that they then can show it in a final presentation or solution. And again, here they have to use problem solving, because not everything works in the first go, and their verbal and communication skills. Okay. So the transition to online teaching, so problem-based learning, it's well recognized, it's well described across medical, engineering, and other disciplines already. But to transition then into online teaching, because of course we weren't in the classrooms during this time. So in the different stages, and I've just kind of reduced them here to 4 stages, if you like, to block them together. So there's pre-discussion of the complex problem, so a brainstorming session, if you like, in a tutorial group meeting. And again, what we used here was web-based materials. So again, they themselves could go and they could use Google Scholar. They could look for maybe existing videos or simulations to maybe start sparking ideas to, again, get that motivation working. Then they would formulate the learning issues in the next tutorial group meeting. So in the online environment, again, we used, you're probably familiar with MS Teams, Zoom, those kind of different platforms that are available. In the University of Limerick, we used a platform called Big Blue Button, and we used that because it was supported by our ICT, so if anything went wrong, we were covered there. Then the individual self-directed learning activities, again, the teams themselves could decide whether they wanted to work together on this in a synchronous format or asynchronous, where they would go off, gather their information, and bring it back. And then the sharing and critical evaluation of the findings in the second tutorial meeting. So this is where, they had their ideas, but maybe still weren't too sure. So in the second tutorial meeting, everybody presented their ideas, and then we could have a group discussion about, challenges that they were facing, opportunities that might be there that maybe other teams hadn't recognised. Again, we were facilitators of all of this. So what we did was provided them, you know, with the online, we opened up MS Teams channels for each project group so that they could share files, etc., or have that, you know, meeting space to meet in. We had big blue button for the larger meetings where both disciplines came together. And we used Miro. I don't know, have people heard of Miro before? So it's an online collaborative too. It's for all the world like a big whiteboard. I mean, you can even put post-its onto it. I'll show you an example of it in a while. But I wasn't familiar with Miro, so this is something I learned from Mike at the time, and I have used it a number of times since. So what was the problem? We told them. So in the first 2 years that we ran this, we asked them, how can we accurately assess an adult individual's height using mobile smartphone technology while maintaining the public health recommendation of physical distancing and avoiding direct physical contact? So the justification we gave them was, in the era of COVID-19 has presented many challenges, and for dietetic practice, it was that our consultations with clients were now being run through teleclinics as opposed to one-to-one in a room. And where previously we were able to actually take physical measurements from our clients, now we couldn't. So for the engineers, what smartphone or mobile phone applications could offer a solution to develop a hands-free alternative to use the standard tools that are already on a person, on a client's phone, that necessitate so that could replace the proximity and close contact. Now, after 2 years of running that project in the last academic year, 22-23, we changed up the problem because, of course, now every mobile phone has an application in it for measuring height, so there wasn't really much of a challenge there anymore for the students. And the problem we assigned them this time is, how can we accurately estimate the weight of commonly eaten foods from a client's photo of their plated meal and provide a nutritional report? And again, Theodora earlier outlined, you know, why this, you know, how dietetic practice is changing in terms of assessment. Dietetic assessment using technology. So the justification, again, we gave them the accurate estimation of the weight of food eaten allows the calculation of nutrient composition of foods and assessment of nutritional intake. And nowadays, most people have access to smart technology that can provide timely information. So that was for the engineers, again, to apply their knowledge and awareness of that smart technology in order to support the dietetic practice. And that's just an example of you know, where in the literature, you know, the use of mHealth and apps, etc., are starting to emerge in dietetic practice. So the students, what they were told to do, they were told they were going to work in small interprofessional teams of dietetic and physics engineering students. So the very first year it was about 1 dietitian to 2 engineers. It's actually flipped in recent years to more, as I said, for the engineers it's an elective module that they take, so that there was 2 dietitians to 1 engineer more recently. The method must use sensors and instrumentation on a smartphone to achieve the goal, and within the team they had to identify their roles and responsibilities to complete the project. So again, we would have guided them with some leading questions, you know, just to think about and to start that, because again they didn't know each other and they haven't had those conversations yet. So you know, talking dietetic or nutrition speak and you know the engineering speak of you know the different smartphone applications and stuff like that. So we gave them a few leading questions that might start their conversations with each other when they were starting to define their solution. And again, we told them this isn't an exhaustive list. You come up with your own questions to ask of each other and to ask of yourselves and your proposed solution. So stage 2 then was a tutorial group meeting. So they, using Miro, they would record a 1-minute video describing their proposed solution. So including the information they had gathered and that they had, so it's like an elevator pitch, if you like, in that 1 minute. And then We all came back together in week 8. They've been given 10 weeks to work on this. So they were near towards the end of their solution, if you like, in week 8. And it was an opportunity to discuss with the peers and the module leads, you know, what challenges they were facing, where the glitches were lying maybe in their solution. And the idea was that everybody worked together to try and solve any challenges and also to recognise what was working well. So I mentioned that I would show you what my role kind of looks like. So here it is here, and this is an example pulled from one of the technology groups. So here you can see they had come up with their to-do list. So they had questions for each other, like why is portion size important? So the dietitians would explain that to the engineers, you know, why do we get so specific with all of this? And then who is going to do what, and then identifying their roles. Over here you can see how they used, you know, the post-it notes. These were little notes maybe they could send to each other where, you know, this is my understanding, is that clear? If they started taking pictures then, this was the second project, so estimating the weight of food. So you could see the dietitians had started taking pictures of foods for the engineers to let them know, okay, this picture is good or bad, because the engineers were able to talk about pixelation and stuff like that. Again, they figured it out between them, to tell you the truth. And then you can see here they had started working on their graphical user interface, you know, what it would look like in terms of the application and, you know, the person, the client, the end user, when they're pressing a button, what's going to be popping up, and kind of the back end, to use a very untechnological term, but apparently it's used. So applying that smart technology features. Okay, so the self-directed learning activities would have looked at something like thinking critically about the information they were gathered. Does this apply to my solution or not? Locating resources that already existed. So it was okay to go and look and see what guidance was out there already. Was anything in the media or open education programs, you know. That was the whole idea of gathering. This is what we would be presenting to them in the content, in theory, you know, so they were gathering this themselves, but with the focus and the motivation of their solution. So during this time, the students also needed to develop the measurement method they were going to use, create the programs and the methods to take the measures and calculate the results. So again, this necessitated them working together to test their products, and then having to debug and test the proposed solution after that kind of week 8. And then in the end, they uploaded their assignments. So the first year we ran this, there was 2 assignment reports that were handed in, a technical report from the engineers, and for the dietitians, a reflection, and they had to reflect on their role during the project, and they had to underpin this with the code of conduct and ethics for the dietitian that I presented earlier on the slide. So again, you know, they had to be thinking about patient safety, for example, of the use of their end product. And then in week 12, the teams each presented their problem solution to the module leads within 3 minutes. So an elevator pitch, which again is something that is used quite regularly in terms of pitching or tendering for products in the real world. We left the details on the format and requirements until the end because we needed ourselves to kind of get an idea of where the students were going with their solutions before we could provide them with a format that we felt would best allow them to show their concept. Okay. So we, as I said, myself and Mike ran this for the first year, and we wanted to find out then the perspective of the students relating to working in interdisciplinary teams, the problem-based learning activity, you know, working that way as opposed to being told what to do, and then the collaboration that went on between them. So we sent a survey to the 23 engineers and the 15 dietetic students who were originally involved, and we got 16 responses, completed surveys. So this is just a word cloud of their own words when they talked about the benefits of working in an interdisciplinary team. And look what came out, work. So they found they really appreciated, you know, that they were able to work quite effectively when they had each other. it was a different way of working for sure, okay, because when, you know, our dietitian students came in, not imagining at all that they would be working with engineers and learning how to be computer literate. And likewise for the engineers, they maybe never, you know, had thought that they would be working with health professionals on a health technology. But there were challenges. So this first year, they felt there was very much more to do on the engineering side. So once the dietitian had kind of gathered the information about the need and the necessity and had provided, you know, estimations for calculating height and the alternative measures that we have for estimating height, after they had given all that to the engineers, it was kind of on the engineers to develop the product. So that was one big feedback that came back. Technical communication was challenging, but that being said, they recognised that it has to be done in the real world, okay? We're not always going to have the professional language of the people that we work with, especially when we move outside of, for dietitians, outside of the health sphere. Working as a team online could be difficult, finding a suitable time and day, and of course for many of our engineers, they were study abroad and Erasmus students, so they were actually in a different time zone to Ireland, so that was an added layer of complexity. Thinking about the problem-based learning approach and comparing it to other forms of teaching and learning that the students had experienced. So again, they enjoyed it. Overall, it was a very positive response to this way of learning. They found it interesting. They liked having a project to work on instead of, you know, just textbooks and theory and content. So it was more specific, more defined way of learning. Again, there were difficulties. So auto-learning or self-directed learning can be difficult to work from the start, rather with somebody would just tell me what to do and then I work away, was one of the responses. Having little knowledge on how to tackle the problem. So many of the responses we found were that they spent a lot of time trying to come up with solutions from the get-go, rather than going and gathering that information first and recognising their gaps in knowledge. So they struggled at the start, actually realising their ideas. And that their original ideas were then found to be impractical when they considered the time frame they had to work in. And then they think, one student said, I think the difficulties are normal and that is precisely what allows us to learn. By resolving the problem alone or in small group, we develop skills that we can never have done by fully prepared or guided projects. And finally, their experience of online collaboration. Again, you know, having the project to kind of stimulate that collaboration helped. They were, you know, they had to think outside of the box a lot of time, and, you know, work hard to understand how they could work with their engineering or their dietetic colleague. Again, some of the challenges, it was hard to coordinate everybody's schedule in the online format, as with other semester assignments, because of course they're working on other assignments, it's not just this assignment. It was more difficult to exchange with other members of the group. We can make a meeting, but as soon as the meeting was finished, we were all alone again. So there was less interaction between those meetings about the project. And then some suggestions that they had was about, you know, that these were suggestions, they were asked the question, if they had to do it again, what would they do differently? So they said that they would set up more regular meetings and take more notes when they were at those meetings to use when working on the final report. That they would engage in communication more effectively and try to define their own roles earlier in the process. And they also suggested that it should be more inclusive, and this actually came more from the dietetic students who felt they had nothing to do once they had provided, you know, that information and knowledge. So we took that on board. We asked them then, you know, about having your lecturers there just as facilitators and not as, you know, here's the solution, you know, off you go now with it. So again, they asked for a more rigid list of requirements so a student can know how much there is to do. It was done as well as possible given the situation, showing an example of how we could do it, scheduling group meetings into the module timetables they felt would have helped them with their own individual meetings, group meetings a little bit more. And then if somebody could follow the team each week or each month in order to check and is everything okay, without necessarily helping them, but just, you know, are they on track? Is there progress? Is everybody within the team working as a team member? So we revised, based on that first one, we did revise for the second academic year. And what we had found, you know, and what was reported back to us is they did really enjoy this way of working and learning. There were challenges in trying to understand each other's disciplines, but it was very interesting in their, you know, in the final product, that 3-minute elevator pitch. And I can only speak for the dietetics students, but I was impressed about their knowledge then and their understanding of what the engineers had done in that back end, if you like. So they had worked with the engineers in that. In trying to work with the engineers to develop an app that a patient could use. So we took that information and we used it for revision 2. Also, the separate reports at the end of the assignment by discipline actually kind of diluted the whole idea of the interdisciplinary approach, because the engineers still had to work on their own report and the dietitians worked on their own. So the second year of running this, we had a unified group report with defined sections key to their roles. So the engineers had ended up doing the majority. So as I say, the dietitians fell out of the loop. So in the second year of running this, we included a mock-up or a prototype of a GUI, which again was new language to me, but now I know it's a graphical user interface. So this is what the patient sees on their smartphone, and that was the dietitian's responsibility to make sure that that was that the end user could look at that, could understand it. They had to think about the process of applying that application and work with the engineer then to build it. Okay. So the dietitian would then have to define the clinical problem and the engineer would propose the sensor solution, and together they used Miro to work to propose their team solution. And as I said, the dietitian developed the interface or GUI, and the engineer used LabVIEW, which is a software that they have to prototype the solution. So that worked much better the second year. And myself and Mike, we have published that survey we did with the students, so it's available there if anybody wants to go in and find out more information, and all our coding is in there as well, so you can see specifically what the students were saying of the summary I gave there today. So, Gorev Mila Mahagwiv, thank you very much for your attention this morning, and these slides are going to be shared, so I won't go through the pages of references. You can look at them at your own time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a few questions.
Okay.
First of all, when the Aalborg University presents the BBL principles, since the Danish University, they have this as a way of teaching in a national level.
Yeah.
They are talking about the role of the external probe. So they have people, of course they have the budget, people from companies or people outside of the university, yes, in order to monitor the way that the students collaborate and also play the role of an external evaluator. Mm. And do you have this role in your university, in your project?
That was myself and Mike.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a budget but yes. So the students would approach us if they had a concern about, maybe another member of the team. They felt they were concerned maybe about the timeline slippings, and when they had identified their responsibilities, some weren't upholding their responsibilities in the project. So they would come to myself and Mike, and then myself and Mike would have a conversation about how best to approach that. Because again, remember when we first started this project, it was a time when there was a lot going going on in the world and a lot going on in students' lives that could have impacted on their own engagement in the project. So we try to support each project team as much as possible. And usually it was a simple conversation and everything was back on track.
Mm-hmm. And I have also, how do you secure the sustainability of your projects? Because you presented a topic, but next semester, or I suspect in a year, this topic should change.
Yeah. So we changed the topic in year 3, and this year, unfortunately, the engineering modules haven't run. So we haven't been able to do it this year. So we got that information very late before the semester started. So Mike at the moment is looking within his program to find, are there other modules? Because we feel this, and the feedback that we've gotten from the students, from external examiners as well, and also we've presented this during a research week in University of Limerick, and it's not just, it's about working with other disciplines as well. So say, for example, the School of Business approached us and said, do you ever think about looking at this from a business angle? Because they're producing a product, so what about patents and things like that? So it's not dead in the water, it's just we're reinventing with the mind to sustainability.
Mm-hmm. And finally, I have a suggestion to make to you.
Please.
Since this is a networking event, we have applied the BBL in engineering, but in order to facilitate the role of the students and also how efficient they are going to manage their time, we introduced the Scrum methodology, which the Scrum. It's like a method from computer science methodology that keeps, the frequency of the meetings, the roles and the objectives of the meetings. Is more like an agile methodology in order to make small steps in monitoring. We have the expertise, so I'm calling you to collaborate with you in order to train your students and your staff in this technique, as far as we know, of course, because the sky is the limit and we are learning every day.
Exactly.
And finally, I have a question that I'm very much interested. You mentioned, and this is very correct, you develop through, I think that this is the best way of teaching, because you are promoting and you train your students how they should behave in real life.
Yes, absolutely.
So here I'm coming to the question. Soft skills are very important, and many of the soft skills, they are developed. I think this is the only way to how to develop soft skills. But how do you measure? How do you measure the development and the cultivation of soft skills at the end of the process?
Yeah, now that's a tricky one, isn't it? Because, with all modules and assignments, you're trying to assess the learning outcomes of the module. And sometimes the soft skills can be missed in that because, they're very theory and content focused. Now, what the dietitians had to do is they had to write a reflection. It was a 1,500-word reflection. So what I hope to do with time is to actually go back and analyse their reflections and to pick out then the soft skills. So there are ways of monitoring, and I can share those with you after. I know there's the University of Hong Kong have a big project going where they're looking at transferable skills, and they have a mapping, if you like, of the different skills that you can take your module and you can try and align with that. So I can share that with you after. It's another project I'm involved in, but yeah.
I will be very happy because with Hebrew University in Israel, we are trying to assess them from the psychological point of view, so we can exchange this document.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for the very interesting presentation. I would like you to explain what is Miro.
Miro, yeah. So Miro is free software that you can sign up to, and I'll go back maybe a few slides. Now, there could be somebody in the audience who might be better than me to describe this, but Miro. So I can only describe it. It's like having a big whiteboard there. And yeah, here you go. And so see those pink squares? Think of those like Post-it notes, those sticky little notes where you write down a little thought that has occurred to you, or something you want to go and look up later, or something you want to, you might go, and you can stick those up on this board. Here you can see they're starting to develop their product. So they've got their are photographs over here of the foods that they have taken. So the dietitians would have taken these photographs of food and they put them up there so that the engineers can come in and have a look and they say, yes, that's good enough quality for me to be able to do my end of whatever, you know, the maths bit on it. And you can see here they can even start, you know, that's a nutritional analysis that the dietitian has done and provided for the engineering student to be able to program into the application. Here they've started designing their graphical, their GUI, and again, they can communicate they can communicate either online, so you can put call-outs through Miro, you know, you can flag somebody on the team to say, will you take a look at this? They can work on this at the same time online, and then they can develop videos and they can, you know, actually create slides and everything out of Miro. It's a fantastic little tool. Yeah. Yeah. And you can set up, as a lecturer, or you can set up... Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
You put Miro.com, you will find it.
Yeah.
It says that it's a real-time board.
Yeah.
So it will help just if you log in and put it.
The other thing with Miro is you can set up channels as well. So you can set up, if you like, rooms for the students, so that only the 2 students working on a particular team created this, and then there was another team room for those students, you know. So as the facilitator, then you can pop into all these rooms to see what was going on, and that was something the students asked for, you know, us just to keep an eye. Did it look like their trajectory was good or not?
It's also great to create mind maps with students.
Brilliant.
Or even to help ourselves to time management. I live there. It's the best thing ever.
Yeah, and you can zoom in on, like I took that's kind of you can zoom in each of these different components in Miro and work within each of these blocks. It's one of these things I'd say you need to go in and use, and then you'll really see how it functions.
Hi, I wanted first of all to relate to your lack of budget of bringing people from industry. You don't need a budget, you need a motivation. So if you give them to give you the problems, if you invite them to share their challenges, then they will participate and continue in collaboration, and they will not ask you for money. Second of all, you talked a lot about the students, and I haven't really understood who are the teachers. So do you collaborate also in terms of teachers from engineering and nutrition, and how you do that?
So I'm the nutrition teacher, I'm a dietitian, and Mike is an engineer. So our collaboration started when we were both students ourselves undertaking a master's in teaching and learning and assessment. And we were looking at problem-based learning, and we enjoyed learning about it. We were thinking and talking about it, and that's when we came up with the health technology project. We wanted to see how it would work,
But you teach together?
We teach together for this. We don't.
But you
otherwise
teach together the classes?
No, well, only on this project. But we're not teaching, we're facilitating.
Facilitating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, I'll be talking about the program in a minute anyway. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Anna from Portugal. Thank you very much for your presentation. And my comment and question is following the colleague, because perhaps we are, I'm talking about me, I do believe in that way of teaching, but I think probably we are a step behind on that. And sometimes what I'm feeling, even with my colleagues, other teachers, that they don't believe so much on that, is that this is not teaching. And even some students are always asking me, when are you going to present your subject? When are we going to have a theoretical class? So sometimes my feeling is that they don't believe that they are learning. It's not my opinion, I don't know if I'm being clear. it's not my feeling, but I feel it very difficult to implement, because at the end of the day, they are thinking that they are not having classes, and even my colleagues blame me that I'm not teaching.
Yes, yeah, because we have this idea that to teach is to have people sitting in front of us. You tell them what to do and they do what they want with the information, yeah. But in the real world, that's not how we work. So we've got to, like, my philosophy on it is I am training future professionals to work in the real world. You know, that's just not how we work, is to just sit and listen and then, okay, yeah, I'll do that. We have to be critical thinkers. And that was one of the reasons why we did the little bit of research and did the survey. And we have ethics now to repeat that survey in our more recent, just to see are there any changes over time with us learning as facilitators and you know, just the scaffolding of that problem-based learning. I think it really comes down to that, is how you scaffold the problem-based learning activity for the students, so that they can do the best that they can. Yeah.
I would like to comment on this, because I have asked the same question to Aldo, and as I told you, in Denmark, this is a national motivation. It's not individual motivation. They told me that it took for them 2 years with all this assistance, with all this backup from the institution, in order the students and the teachers to realize the impact of this teaching. So you should insist. You know, it's like a good habit. A good habit takes time in order to see the result.
Okay.
Thank you, Anne, for your very interesting talk. I just wanted to talk, I mean, I've seen that the idea behind that is to make two different teams from different disciplines to work together, but I've noticed that one of the cohort is, they are undergraduate students, and the other one is postgraduate students. So I just wanted to ask you whether there is any specific rationale for that, and if there isn't, or if there is, whether this creates any problems, compatibilities or whatever. And the second question is, I've noticed that one of the changes you implemented was to unify the reports at the end, which makes sense. On the other hand, does this create any technical problems in terms of assessing students individually? How does that work in practice? Thank you.
Okay, so in relation to the first question, so they were third year undergraduate and they were first semester, like literally in the door of the Masters in the Human Nutrition and Dietetics. And because the two disciplines are quite different anyway, so what we were looking to match up was in terms of their own knowledge, maybe, or level of knowledge within their own profession that they were, that they were following. And we felt that the third years in the undergraduate program would quite nicely match with the first years for the master's program in nutrition and dietetics. So the undergraduate programs that are masters, it's graduate entry that they would have undertaken was, they would have BScs in human nutrition, maybe public health nutrition, food science, sports and exercise science, say, for example, but not in dietetics. So they're in the masters to become dietitians. So does that answer your first question? And the second question then, in terms of the assessment, so of course we had to share, before we ever got started, we had to have sign off from our external examiner, and we were surprised the external examiners loved this idea, loved the idea that they would be working with somebody completely outside the field of health. I can only speak for the dietetic, but I know Mike had the same feedback for his. What we had to be careful of was to make sure that the assessments were set up so that we could map the learning outcomes for the module. Because that's what assessment is about at the end of the day for the module. And then, as I say, I chose a reflection for the dietitian students in that they had to think about their code of ethics and conduct as a dietitian. So when you're working with other healthcare professionals, patient safety still has to be at the core of your practice. So that was what their emphasis was. If I'm designing an app with another professional for a patient to use, how am I thinking about patient safety? How am I communicating with the people I'm working with to ensure that my patients will be safe if they choose to use this app? And then, of course, within the conduct and ethics is how we communicate with others. So how do I communicate with
other people who aren't patients. So how am I communicating with other disciplines? How am I communicating with other professionals? Was the, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. I think the whole discussion started, very dynamic early. So I would like, thank you, Anne. I would like to ask Dr. ATHENA Kouroubali, is a researcher at the Institute of Computer Science, Foundation for Research and Technology, Hellas. She has a PhD in Management of Health Informatics from the University of Cambridge and a Master's in Medical Informatics from Columbia University. She has over 25 years experience in digital health. It's the last presentation before lunch break, and it's a super interesting one. So please, your attention. And so I'll give you the floor. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you for the organization. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to welcome you in Crete. It's a beautiful time of the year to be here, so I hope you enjoy also the island while you're enjoying this interesting gathering. So I would like to dive already in the presentation because it's very much a continuation of the discussion that has already been taking place. We will move to the real world and talk about innovation ecosystems with a broader field of active and healthy aging. Just a few things about myself. Theodora already mentioned some of those. I left as a 19-year-old from Greece to go and study in the United States, where I spent 7 years. And it was the time when medical informatics was starting to go into the physicians' offices. So I saw how in New York, doctors didn't have any technologies and started using the technologies. So as a young researcher from a very early stage, I saw the importance of practical implementation of whatever is being taught in the universities. And it's all obvious. It's not an obvious way to move forward. And it's not necessarily something that we're learning inside the university. So I did a master's at Columbia, and at the meantime, I was an employee there. And I went to doctors' offices. They were physicians in the neighborhood of Spanish Harlem. So they were very much from different places like Cuba, Mexico, Spanish speakers. And the professor from Columbia went there and said, we have a beautiful project, we will give you computers. And the people there said, yes, 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 yes. They understood nothing of what the professor was telling them. So the year went by, and then they went back to the offices, and there were computers were sitting there next to their offices, these huge boxes. This is in 1990, so the computers were these huge boxes. And we went there, and they said, well, why aren't you using them? Yes, 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 yes. Well, I don't want to downplay the people. Of course, they were speaking English, but they had many issues. For example, they didn't have spaces to put these computers on, or they didn't have the right plugs on the walls. These were old buildings. So all of a sudden, they realized that there are a lot of issues that have nothing to do with technology, have nothing to do with the product that they were giving them, have nothing to do with this fancy electronic health record that was going to connect them to the university hospital, and they could see all their patients' information and medical examinations. So by being a young researcher at the time, I realized that this is a big issue and that this will be imperative in the future. So we have to have a connection between these practical aspects of real life and academia. So that brought me to Cambridge, and in a business school, By background, I'm a biologist, so I had nothing to do with business, but management and culture and informatics, it was my background. So by going there, I realized that I would like to do a case study because it's very important to understand what is happening in the actual field. We can sit in our offices, we can sit on our desks and think and read Google all day or papers, but we never can transform this knowledge that we gain as an actual person in the field from people who these issues are their daily life. So that brought me to Crete. This was in 2001, and Crete had the only integrated information system for healthcare in Greece, but also it was a best practice as it was awarded as an innovative region in the European Union. So I came here and studied how did they manage it, how were they able to have this award, how was this case study, what were the dynamics of change, what were the factors that enabled and facilitated or were barriers to implement information systems. This was work that was done by the Foundation for Research and Technology. It's one of the largest institutes of research in the country. It's located in Heraklion, Crete. It has also branches throughout Greece in different locations and throughout the island of Crete. And I started collaborating with them, and then I became an employee there. After that, a long time has passed. In 2020, I became a member of the Academy for Health Sciences Informatics, which is an international academy. In 2020, we also put Crete on the map as an ecosystem, as a reference site ecosystem for active and healthy aging, receiving a 4-star maturity level. I'm also a founding member for the Hellenic Digital Health Cluster, which is a cluster of companies working on digital health in Greece, and also the Digital Innovation Hub, Smart Health, which brings academia with companies and fosters digital transformation. Having had this long introduction, we will go now to the quadruple helix ecosystems, and I will tie together how this experience and how ecosystems and how I tie in this whole picture. We will talk a little bit about active and healthy aging, what it means, what are some healthcare challenges that we need to address, what are the actions that are happening right now in Greece, force ecosystem initiatives, and then EU policy for sustainable future. So we're talking about ecosystems. Ecosystems are not an invention of nowadays. It's something that existed. We live in an ecosystem. We are part of an ecosystem. And yet, we are not aware of that. So what does that mean? We're very much focused on what we're doing in our everyday life, what we're doing in our field of study, and we rarely have, or we have in different degrees, interactions with completely different professionals, completely different disciplines, completely different people outside of our own discipline. Look at your circle of friends, for example. From how many different areas are they from? Are they studying different subjects, or are they from the same subject? So what are the diversities in your own field around yourself? It's very interesting. So in the 2000s, they started looking at innovation. They obviously saw that we need to move forward because the United States were doing innovation very fast. Other countries in the world were doing innovation fast. In Europe, we were more slow in terms of innovation. So they look at, let's say, how can we study innovation and how we move forward. And they came up with a triple helix model. They saw that we need to have 3 key ingredients to have innovation. We need to involve both the industry, both the academia, and also the government. So nothing is happening in a silo. And they started bringing this idea into everyday use. Of course, obviously, very innovative people who have a big impact in everyday life already knew this. But as we said before in the previous lecture, and I'd said, this is not something that everybody knows. So then we move towards that quadruple helix, thinking that society is also very important. We're doing research, we're doing implementations, we're learning things, but what for? Who are all those things for, if not for ourselves? As us, as consumers of whatever is being developed, of whatever is being implemented, of whatever knowledge is being actually generated. So then, okay, everything is fine, but what about sustainability and development in this? It's very important, and you hear it nowadays more and more and more in the media, that this is the core. It has to be sustainable. This is why HygeiaNet in Crete actually stopped existing, even though it was an innovative practice, because there were no money and no government to support it. So by the end of my talk, I would like to leave you with this idea that all the components are very important for success. Let's understand what quadruple helix ecosystem players are. We see here we have government, academia, industry, and society. Let's think a little bit about government. Why is government important? And what do they do? What do they do about creating, for example, our academic institutions? They provide money, but not only. They provide regulations. They also provide the policies. We cannot have anything move forward unless there is a vision that moves towards a centered direction. And I see it a little bit like gravity, or I would say something that pulls, like a pull of attraction. When we have a vision and we have some set rules, then somehow the whole system has a tendency to move towards that direction. So government is very important to set these rules, because this is top-down, I wouldn't say enforcement, but top-down structures that facilitate what we want to do. So government plays a crucial role in that. Then we have academia. Academia is generating new knowledge. It's a very, very important player. Innovation is already happening in the universities, and researchers are doing that without necessarily the knowledge that they're actually doing that. It's interesting because being myself in the middle between real-world academia and government, research, and industry, I see that we do not speak the same language. And also the researchers do not necessarily have this as the top of agenda to bring this innovation to the actual real world. So it's very important to develop ways of understanding and raising awareness for the different players in this ecosystem. So even though academia is creating knowledge, creating innovation, it doesn't necessarily translate into implementation. It doesn't really necessarily translate into innovative products. So this is why it's very important to involve the industry. The industry knows how to do this, knows how to recognize opportunities. And here I would like to say, as a comment from the previous discussion, that all of us have different skills and abilities. And in the interdisciplinary world, it doesn't mean that we have to know it all. Knowledge is not something that someone will give us in our head. Today, if we Google anything and we have a critical mind and we can kind of spot traps and fake information, we can pretty much learn and read about anything. And we can be transferred to learn in different sources about anything. So what is really missing? What is really missing are very practical synergies, where we create things and we tap on the talents of each individual and bring them together in order to make a puzzle and create a bigger picture. And this is something very important, and this is something we do not learn enough, at least in my country. I wouldn't like to speak for other countries, but this is something we don't learn enough, because we have the tendency to have the knowledge as a very high level, but the practice is falling behind. So then we have to bring in this whole picture the civil society. Us as citizens, how do we interact in these whole pictures as citizens? Apart from our professional background or professional work, how do we in our everyday life consume knowledge, consume innovation? How much do we engage with our phones today? Our phones are a device which is very strongly involved in our digital health. Our watches are now small health devices. So from this aspect, as consumers, eventually we will be very frustrated, thinking, why is not my medical data on my mobile phone? Why everything is moving so fast and this field is falling behind? So us as citizens, and I'm just giving you a very small example, can drive this innovation, can drive these synergies in these ecosystems. And the more we realize how much power we have, the more we will leverage our role and our knowledge and make a difference. And this is the bottom-up approach of ecosystems. Then in practice, of course, is quite complicated. I'm involved now in a project which is bringing knowledge from more advanced countries, I would say, like Denmark and Spain and Germany, who have created ecosystems for data, for health data exchange, into other countries like Romania, Greece, and Bulgaria, who want to build this. So here we're breaking down the ecosystem, the quadruple helix, in the processes and actions that are happening with it in one domain. And of course, it's very difficult to really grasp the whole picture for one individual, but we need to be able to move from the, let's say, the forest down to the individual tree and then back to the forest many times during any process in order to be able to move forward and make things happen. So here you see how all the actions and regulations, we need to do a mapping actually in Greece of what is happening in terms of digital health and sharing of data. So we will look we will break down the ecosystem into all these different actors and find out who is important, who is doing that, who is responsible for making things happen, who is responsible for taking action. So this is very interesting because it shows you that these bubbles are not something static. There's something that is completely dynamic and it's already moving, and it's moving fast. And this is why we need to be flexible and adaptable. And why is this very important? Because we might focus on something, and this something might not be moving forward, and we feel stuck. So what does this mean? That means that our momentum of movement is stopping because of some difficulty or some circumstance that is not ready or ripe to move forward. So what do we need to do in that case? What we need to do is be open for other opportunities that might bring us to where we want to go from a different angle. And this is very important, and it's happening in our daily life. We're very much using that ability in taking care of our individual lives daily, but also in our work, and also in making things happen globally. So it's very interesting to think about these issues. And this brings us to healthcare. Healthcare is done as it has always been done. And innovation is not very much going into this paradigm. We see here a very clinical-centered ecosystem. It's citizens coming in contact with clinical care. But what about active and healthy aging? What does that mean? Does it mean absence of disease? Does it mean absence of any chronic conditions? No. The World Health Organization and the United Nations have created a vision. They have created a vision for being able to create a world which everyone can live a longer and healthier life. And how can this be accomplished? This needs to be accomplished by moving outside of the healthcare system and seeing again the global picture. So we need to have prevention and early diagnosis. Prevention starts from before we're actually born. Prevention starts from taking care of environmental hazards. Prevention starts by doing all these things that we're talking about: healthy diet, healthy exercise, having important and healthy relationships with our peers. These are things, of course, we hear about them, but you as professionals can actually implement them and change someone's lives. So we need to take into consideration how each one of us can make a difference. Then we have therapy, of course. We're not talking about making the healthcare system obsolete, obviously. We're talking about making it more efficient and more sustainable. Right now, many older people go to the emergency room just because they will find someone take care of them because they're very lonely at home. So this is something that is crowding the healthcare system, but doesn't necessarily use its resources in the most efficient way. So we need to think about different ways of collaborating. And then, of course, this brings us into our daily lives. How are our cities enabling active and healthy aging? In Heraklion, there are very few places where I can go outside and walk. When I visit a different European city, I walk, and my watch says 23,000 steps. In Heraklion, it's like 1,000, 2,000. If I reach 6,000, it's like, yay! I went up and down the stairs many times today. So you see there the different things to think about. So the United Nations have created this decade of healthy aging. They want to reach this by 2030. So they're fostering this multi-sectorial and multi-stakeholder partnering. So this brings us back to the importance of the ecosystems. And of course, we need fundamental shifts because this is not about really knowledge or technology or innovation. This is all about paradigm shift. How do we think about ourselves first and foremost? What happens to somebody when they turn 30? What happens when they turn 40? What happens when they turn 50? What are the things that they think about and how this impacts their everyday life in terms of all the different things that they're considering in their head? I will not go deep into this because we talked about it, but I left it here for information for our students if they want to look at it. And then we will see that, as I said before, how much is connected health and social care? Very little. In Greece, it's very little. Different cities and different regions throughout Europe are doing different things. So we have a multi-tier level approach for active and healthy aging. Here in Greece, we learn from other sides about that because at the moment, social care and healthcare are completely separate things. And until we are able to have the regulations and the paradigm shift to connect them, we are seeing other ways of moving forward in this. So the Greek ecosystems have done a lot of work throughout these past years and started before COVID because of the crisis, the financial crisis, to create digital health systems for clinical professionals, but also for the citizens. So they're very, very, very much ahead in many ways, and as citizens, we are very happy about this. but they have not involved as much as they could the industry. So how is innovation going to move forward if the industry is not there? And this brings me to this idea that why do we need different stakeholders? Why can't we just do everything by ourselves if we know how it needs to be done? Because each one has different perspective. And like we mentioned before, that we do not really necessarily know what is the perspective of the other person. It's very, very important to have the industry so that we can create a healthy space for how you say that, competition. And competition drives innovation. Healthy competition drives things forward. For many years, I was raised to believe that making money is a sin. Well, it actually creates some of the best quality products in the world because a product is really, really judged by its consumers. So I don't care how much money goes somewhere if you're creating excellent output in some ways, with a question mark, of course, talking about ethics and all the rest. We're doing a lot of also for precision medicine networks. So we're having a lot of advanced science, and this is an experimental network that brings together all research institutions, clinics, and laboratories so that we can create this. Many things are happening. This is a picture of Forth in Iraklio. You're welcome to visit anytime. We have created many startups from this ecosystem. Some of them are quite successful, and this is because a research institution, Forth, was founded based on the system in the US, where you have research and academia very close together. Industry is coming closer now, and this is something that the whole Europe is focused towards because we don't have so much the synergy between academia and industry, and this is happening more and more. So we have a lot of startups that have started from there, and also cluster companies. We have put the region of Crete in the map for active and healthy aging. I have to say, not so much because of the high-level services that we give to our elderly people, but more about innovation. And what I wanted to do because I created this application and was successful in gaining this maturity, is showing that, you know what, we have excellent academia, we have government initiatives, we have excellent industry, we have citizens citizen societies who doing a lot of work. And this is all is going towards a vision for creating healthier, longer lives for all. So this is the ecosystem, a lot of different players synergistically working together. This is the collaboration I have with the Mediterranean University. Hellenic Mediterranean University started because of the ecosystem. I became visible, so many people contacted me, and I started creating synergies. We bring, and then we meet the people who can collaborate with. We have similar qualities because it's not necessarily that we can collaborate with everybody. And this is where our social soft skills are coming into play that we spoke before. We created the Hellenic Digital Health Cluster, bringing companies together into a cluster and giving them services, helping them, putting them inside different research projects or providing them with information about networking events and funding opportunities. This is something, again, new in Greece. It has been going on and are very active in different areas of the world. Like, for example, the Scandinavian countries have a long tradition of clusters. This is the Digital Innovation Hub, which is a European-wide initiative for bringing academia and giving services to industry for free. So institutions, academic institutions and research institutions get money to help the industry and companies to do digital transformation, to do test before invest, to help them use high technologies like artificial intelligence or high-performance computing in order to see how they can create better products. And this is all for free for the companies. So ecosystems will be more and more important as we move forward. Leaving this room, I give you as a food for thought to think about your own personal ecosystem and how you can expand it and enrich it. The EU has put it at its central policy area to create ecosystems, help them become sustainable, and help them move, because it doesn't mean that we have the same motivation or the same objectives or the same challenges or the same opportunities, but it means that all of us are moving towards a general same direction for improving the competitiveness of Europe, for contributing to the green and digital transition. We have to become greener and more digital, to narrow the innovation divide for countries, for regions, for citizens, and reinforce Europe's strategic autonomy. We need to become world players again. And of course, we always have to think that the quadruple helix is also very limited, and we need to think about the larger ecosystem, which is Earth, and which is a chain of things which human beings are just one small part of the whole global area. So with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention and for being here.
We would like to thank you very much for this interesting presentation. We have time for a few questions before we break for lunch.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question. So, you involve in this project, and very correctly, a lot of stakeholders. But one of the challenges is like the language that the stakeholders they communicate. For example, market has a completely different language than the academia. I will give you an example about the time framework, for example. Or on the other side, another challenge is like how the scientists, they communicate their message to society, that very correctly you engage. So how do you deal with all these kind, let's say, language challenges? They are not languages, but are different habits, cultures, in order to address all and lead all this ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. I would like to say that this is not really a project. I'm showing you a big picture of what is happening. Now, in terms of actually working with each other, it's really, like you said before, the amount of meetings that one has and how many times we can come into contact with each other and work towards the same goal. So, if, for example, when we work on a proposal for getting some funding, this is where we create the synergy that you're talking about. And we learn by working with each other the different language that we use, the different ways of working with each other. We cannot change the culture of someone who does not want to change in any way. We cannot, and I believe it's not a resistance. I don't believe in resistance to change. Someone mentioned before in the audience that if we give them motivation, if we give and money is not there, they will do it. So I believe in motivation and understanding, and I believe very much in our own personal needs. If someone doesn't recognize this, for example, we have a department, my department is a computational biomedicine laboratory. This department cannot really see what is the value of taking the innovation that they're creating in digital health and bringing it to the actual ecosystem, because Greece is not very so much advanced in terms of digital health industry. So they cannot see, and no matter how many meetings I've had, I have not been able to show them why it's important. I came to Crete in 2001, talking already about these things. It's only now, after so many years, that I have been able to work with Center for E-Health Applications and Services and talk the same language. So it takes a while to get there, and it's more like a feeling. If someone has the feeling that this is important, then they engage and they talk about, and then we open the way of thinking and we learn to speak the same language. So it's not an easy solution for that. Meetings help.
Yep. Yep. You want to start first?
Yeah, because it's a continuation.
Say.
About the common language. So we are setting up a PhD research with Renos over there, and it's about knowledge translation for evidence-based policies for the prevention of childhood obesity. And this commonality is a common methodological framework that we will be proposing, that everyone, basically we will be working on methodologies of how to communicate the scientific community with the stakeholders, with the industry. So
very interesting.
Yeah, so I do believe that methodology, like we will have focus groups of stakeholders, and we will give them 2-3 different ways.
Nice.
The scientific evidence, to see how it affects the policy formation. So I think we need a bit of work to cover the gap in terms of communication with standardized frameworks and methodology.
Also, problem-solving activities like they were presented by Anne before are very, very important, because then you have different people working on a common problem. And this has tremendous impact on changing and learning for each of the people involved.
Yes, first of all, Yoris Kalakis, thank you for your speech and your presentation. In the matter of ethics, there is no question that also we need to get some money in order to have sustainability, because sustainable means ecological environment, also means good practices in the field of work and industry, and third, most important, we need some values. We need to get some money in order to have to be in order. Otherwise, it will be closed. If you have not any worth on that, then you have. It's already. It's for sure that this kind of industry cannot be continued. In that, so yes, it's a good thing to have money from a sustainable development. That's why we believe that we can continue. But with your experience, is this, we are living in a country with many small islands and difficulty of easy communication. This new technology can give us opportunity in order to improve the health condition in a country like Greece with the difficulties in the sector of communication.
Yes, I think COVID-19 has shown the whole world that digital transformation can be accelerated based on need. Here in Greece, digital technologies can have an enormous impact on the lives of people who are isolated, because consultations can be done online. but we need to have the decisions and the different regulatory frameworks that are necessary and the reimbursement facilitators from the government. Because why would the doctor give this service to a general practitioner, let's say, on an island, without being safe, without a framework that would safeguard that he's covered or she's covered, that it's a regulatory framework that is established governmentally, so they're not doing something ad hoc. So I wouldn't say that it's really a technology issue, but more an organizational issue, which is not easily solvable, I'm afraid. And it requires political decision. I think as the need becomes more and more, I think it will have to happen. I mean, as right now, the problem is that 65 plus citizens do not necessarily have very advanced digital skills, where in 10, 20 years, this problem will be non-existent, for example. So time will show.
Thank you very much for
Thank
this
you.
interesting presentation. Thank you to all. And the session is finished, and we need to make, for those that they want to go back to the city center, the bus is waiting. But you have to come back. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
So perhaps we should be starting, giving 20 minutes in each presentation. I see the audience is coming. So to save some time, I would like to ask Dr. Anne Griffin. Dr. Griffin is going to present on the program and research of the Faculty of Education and Health in the University of Limerick in Ireland. So I welcome Dr. Griffin, and perhaps we can have something like 20 minutes to conclude. Yes, please continue. Thank you.
That it? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I'm catching up with the technology here, finding out where the on switch is. Okay. So I'm just going to present now again about what we do over in the University of Limerick. So the Human Nutrition and Dietetics program is housed in the School of Allied Health, which is one of 6 departments in the Faculty of Education and Health Sciences in the University of Limerick. But before I get into that, here's Ireland and here's where Limerick is. So you can see we're over on the west. Many of you might have heard or visited Dublin. Okay, that's usually where people fly into. But we do have an airport over here, okay, Shannon Airport. So Limerick is the city here, and that's where the university is, okay? Anastasia this morning mentioned about Crete being on the very edge of Europe. We're on the other edge, okay, over here. So there we are again, okay? So keep traveling west and you'll hit America. We do not enjoy the beautiful weather that you have here. At the moment, there's a yellow weather warning at home for rain, okay? I saw a big ferry pull into the marina last night, the Blue Star Ferry, and I sent a picture to my husband. He said we could park that in our garden at the moment. I'm just going to flag here as well for any dietitians in the audience. We are delighted to be hosting the International Congress of Nutrition and Dietetics in 2028 in Ireland. We successfully bid for that this year. So you have 4 years now to start planning a trip to Ireland. So maybe if you're thinking of a workshop or something like that to build on the collaborations and networks that are started here today or are continuing from previous international events, there is an upcoming opportunity. Okay. So about our dietetic program then, it's quite new. It's a master's program. In Ireland, there's just one undergraduate program for nutrition and dietetics. It's been around for quite a while with an intake of about 25 students every year. In the last 8 years, there has been 3 master's programs developing in human nutrition and dietetics. So we were the second one nationally to come on board. There's one in Dublin as well, in the University of College Dublin, and just in the last 2 years, the University College Cork started a master's program. I mentioned in my presentation earlier that in Ireland, dietetics is a registered, statutory registered profession, which means you cannot call yourself a dietitian in Ireland without being registered on with the regulator. So each of our programs have to be approved to ensure that the quality of our teaching, the content of our teaching, is in line with the standards of proficiency to be a dietitian. So just here is our program. It's a 2-year program, okay? So we have year 1 and year 2, and it's 5 semesters. So we have a summer semester as well, bridging year 1 and year 2. So here's year 1, here's year 2. The purple boxes is something that we're very proud of within the School of Allied Health. The School of Allied Health has 5 programs. It has 1 Bachelor's Science in Physiotherapy. It has a Master's in Physiotherapy. It has a Master's in Speech and Language Therapy and a Master's in Occupational Therapy. And then we were the 5th program who started in 2018 the Master's in Human Nutrition and Dietetics. A third of the curriculum of each of those 5 programs is taught interprofessionally, which means that our students, they don't just sit in a class together, they have to learn with, from and about each other. And the curriculum has been established so that these, you can see the purple boxes are outlining the modules that they take together and that they work on together in assessment and learning. So we have preparation for practice education. So this is the very first semester of the first year when our master's students come together, and the 3rd year of the BSc in physiotherapy. And the preparation for education, or for placement education, is around knowing all those policies and procedures that exist in health services and getting their heads around that. So that's the safeguarding of vulnerable adults, say, for example. That is something that any healthcare professional has to have a grip on before they go on their placement. The next one is inquiry into healthcare. So they, in their 2nd year, so this sets them up with research skills. So they're learning about how to research in health. And again, the students take that on together. And then there's research projects 1, 2, and 3. These actually span the year 1 and year 2, where the students are working on a research project. And again, this is can be performed interprofessionally. Either their supervisor might not be of the discipline of which they're learning, or that they might be working in a team of dietitians, speech and languages, and occupational therapists together to work on the same project. Then in spring, or in their final semester, they take on 2 other modules, Innovation and Management for Health and Social Care, so where they work together to look at quality service or the management of health and social care. Again, the students themselves come up or identify a problem or a gap that might exist in that area, and they work together then to offer solutions to that. Engaging through complexity then is very clinically focused, so they're provided with a number of different case studies of a very complex patient case, and together again they have to come up with a management or intervention using their skills in interprofessional collaboration to come up with that, or propose that solution. Okay. In our program as well, and to be a dietitian in Ireland, you have to undertake 1,000 clinical placement hours. So we have it set up. Their very first clinical or placement hours are in the spring semester of their first year, where they undertake 2 weeks in a food service setting. So that could be in a nursing home, it could be in an acute hospital, a place like that. Then in the summer, they take on 8 weeks clinical placement. Again, integrated care is becoming, the health services in Ireland are reorientating towards integrated care. And we pride ourselves in UL in being the first dietetic program to take this on board in our clinical placement. So not only do they just complete their placements in an acute setting, so a hospital ward, we now have our students out in community settings where they're working in primary care. And in this third community placement that they have, they're working in areas, emerging areas for dietetic practice. So they're not working with a dietetic educator. They will have tutor support from a dietitian who is employed by the University of Limerick, but their supervisor in these areas is probably somebody who's working in an organisation, a community development organisation. So they're working with charities, they're working with non-governmental organisations, they're working with advocacy groups now. And we have mapped the skills that they are learning there with the competencies and the standards of proficiencies for dietetics. And that's an 8-week placement that they undertake there. And then finally, their last placement is an 11-week clinical placement. And again, that involves a period of consolidation of 2 weeks typically, where they manage their own caseload. And again, recognising that integrated care is now where Irish health services are reorientating to. Our students are consolidating not just on hospital wards or in acute hospital settings, but also in community placements as well. Okay, so a little bit about me then. So I'm the Associate Professor is my role in the University of Limerick, and I'm also the Course Director of the MSc programme in Nutrition and Dietetics. So the programme started in 2018, so we're just into our 5th year, and we're only now, I think, starting to feel very confident ourselves in our programme. I am also the chair of the executive committee, and I'm a director of the Irish Nutrition and Dietetic Institute. So that's the professional body for dietitians in Ireland. And I am a member, and thank you to Anastasia, who is a co-member on the Education and Lifelong Committee of the European Federation of Association of Dietitians. So there's some of my interests. Now, I joined UL in 2018 after nearly 20 years of working as a senior community dietitian, where I worked with community development and in community nutrition and public health nutrition. And I'm delighted that I've been able to continue those partnerships in my work in UL. So I still sit on steering committees looking at or who work with community food interventions to support local communities and making the healthier choice the easier choice, I suppose, is the philosophy that we work under. Okay. The Ageing Research Centre then is well, it comprises of an interdisciplinary group of researchers that aim to conduct excellent research that leads to improvement in the health, well-being and social inclusion of older people. And we work across disciplinary boundaries to address research priorities that reflect day-to-day realities of older people's lives. So as well as dietitians, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists in this research centre, as well as clinicians and nursing colleagues, we also have some of our colleagues within the university who work in the area of the social arts, say for example, a music therapy. We have engineering colleagues who work in innovation and technological advancements of the different applications that can be used to help support and improve older people. And the ethos of the Ageing Research Centre is to understand and to be innovative in helping people to grow older within their own homes and in their own communities, and preventing those admissions into hospital. So it's about developing capacity in ageing research in UL. This Ageing Research Centre supports that and builds collaborations with researchers, clinicians, industry partners, older people and their respective organisations. So one of the first things that the Ageing Research Centre did was to establish a stakeholder panel of older adults. So this is our public involvement of older people in the research that we do. So it's not just us coming up with the ideas. We come up with the ideas, but we take it to the panel of older people and we ask them about the ideas. You know, is this of a concern to them, or is it just, you know, it's our concern but not their concern, so that we can best bridge that gap between knowledge and practice and application. So in a particular area I'm working on is looking at the development of nutrition care pathways in integrated care. I did a secondary analysis recently on the prevalence of malnutrition and impact on patient outcomes, looking at the secondary analysis of data that had been collected in a randomised controlled trial, which was looking at the impact of health and social care professionals in emergency care departments among those adults who were admitted to emergency care. I'm not sure, well, I'm pretty sure other countries see the same that we do in Ireland, that there is a huge demand on our emergency departments, and that a lot of that demand is driven by the older adult community who have increased in number but are living with quite complex diseases and presenting at emergency care because there is nowhere else for them to go when they have an incident. So a lot, what we found is that a third of those older adults who were admitted to emergency care but were sent home They were deemed to be non-acute, did not need a medical or a nursing intervention. We found a third of those were at risk of malnutrition. So that has stemmed some more research in the area that I'm doing in Ireland. So we have a scoping review that we are just putting the final tweaks to before we send and have it published. But we looked at the nutrition care process and how it's implemented in emergency departments globally. And of course, what we found is, yes, nutrition screening happens, but so we're recognising or identifying that older adults are at risk of malnutrition, but then nothing seems to be happening after that that we can discern in the literature. So that's one area if anybody wants to work with me. Another area I'm interested in is looking at the nutrition competencies among other healthcare professionals. So 2 papers we have written there recently was looking at physiotherapists and pharmacists and exploring their self-perceived competencies in nutrition care. Again, we talk about nutrition and everybody having a role in speaking with their clients in healthcare and understanding what healthy eating is. But how do the clinicians themselves feel about that? Can they identify that they have that role? And what is their confidence in being able to deliver that? So that was what we looked at there. Other areas that I am currently involved in is looking at self-management programs for type 2 diabetes in the community. So we have programs that run in community nutrition and dietetics, which are 6-week programs that, or sorry, 6-hour programs that are run by dietitians and nurses in public health with people who are living with type 2 diabetes around how they can manage the disease themselves. Again, we have noticed an attrition there with people coming onto the program, so we're seeking to understand where that lies. I've also introduced my colleague, Professor Audrey Tierney, who is the discipline lead for dietetics within the School of Allied Health and the Faculty of Education and Health Sciences. And her main research interests and expertise lie in diet quality of chronic disease. She has run a number of dietary intervention studies, including conducting randomized controlled trials, particularly in metabolic syndrome, cardiovascular disease, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and rheumatoid arthritis. So diseases with underlying inflammatory pathogenesis. And of interest, seeing as we are in Crete, in particular around dietary prescriptions, which include, for example, using the Cretan Mediterranean diet. So she's a founding member of the Mediterranean Lifestyle Medicine Institute, which was launched last year in 2022 in Liris in Greece, and apologies if I'm pronouncing the place name wrong. And she leads the research working group and would be very interested in collaborating with anybody who has an interest in that space. Her other areas of clinical nutrition research are in cystic fibrosis as well, where she worked previously as a clinical dietitian in that area and has continued her interest in that in research as well. Okay. So here's some examples of her work outputs. So the Medina study, which was the Mediterranean diet in the treatment of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And then both myself and Audrey we're delighted to say we had a PhD student who has just passed her viva, and she looked at the Mediterranean diet in the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Both myself and Audrey share an interest in implementation science, and we're both members of the Health and Implementation Science and Technology Research Hub within the Faculty of Education and Health Sciences. Well, it's an interfaculty, but it's housed in the University of Limerick. And implementation science, what we looked at here is Ireland is not a Mediterranean country. Our diet couldn't be more removed from Mediterranean diet, but if we're using it to improve diet quality, well, it's not as simple as just telling people, you know, start eating more fruit and vegetables, start including nuts and olive oils in your diet. We need to understand what are the barriers and facilitators of that. So we're using implementation science to try and structure a framework around understanding that translation of what we know can be successful in helping to manage our patients and our clients in improving their health and to understand that better. So the importance of implementation science. So with med diet being the thing, you know, this thing we want our patients to understand and our colleagues, we know it's effective, but we need more implementation research to help people to employ the med diet in a non-Mediterranean country. So the implementation science then of the Mediterranean diet and its feasibility and applicability in non-Mediterranean countries. Here are some outputs that Audrey has co-authored in those. And I think these slides are available again after. So, as we say in Ireland, go rev mahagut, for listening and very open to having any conversations or discussions around maybe some future networking or collaboration that hopefully something there might have ticked a box for you. There is my email and Audrey's email, and we're very happy to take to open up any conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Griffin. It was a very in-depth presentation. And I say I'm impressed that I see the names of George Moschonis. Moschonis was working with us something like 20 years ago. And also Etiopoulos, because I know Etiopoulos tries to support what we call Cretan Mediterranean diet model in clinical practice. Yeah. So thank you very much. And the audience can have perhaps one or two questions. Yes, Professor Petridis.
I would like to ask you something. The profession of dietetics is like a regulator professor, and what are the differences across the European countries?
Very different, very different. So dietetics is not regulated in every country. In Ireland, it's about 10 years now, I suppose, that it is regulated. And anybody who wants to come to Ireland to work as a dietitian, they have to apply to, first of all, have their qualifications recognised as being sufficient to meet the competencies of being a dietitian in Ireland before they can apply to get on the register. So it is quite different across Europe, and that's because the scope of dietetics is quite broad, and how in other countries, not just across Europe, but across the world, how they practice dietetics. So in some countries, dietetics is quite food service orientated, whereas in other countries, it's a clinical, it's recognised as a clinical a medical nutrition therapy. So, yeah, so regulation is something I know is being considered within EFAD. What are the differences here? What are the barriers and facilitators? What are the advantages to having it as a regulated profession across countries? Yeah.
For me, it's quite strange because we had a similar discussion about the engineering in Brussels before 2 weeks. That is a regulatory profession. And everyone was wondering, like, you know, the engineers, they need to build bridges, for example. Why from country to country, the
and even if you're regulated in one country, say the UK and Ireland, you know, our education systems are quite similar in terms of dietetics. They have the HPCP, the Health Professionals Council, I can't remember all the acronym, but you could be registered with the HPCP in the UK. Does not mean you can come to Ireland and call yourself a dietitian. You still have to go through the registration process. So yeah, so it's not even on a European level that like is like, yeah.
In continuance of what Costa said, I didn't understand, if you have a bachelor degree of nutrition and dietetics in Ireland, is there a bachelor degree
We have one program in Ireland that offers a bachelor's degree in nutrition and dietetics. The other 3 programs are graduate entry master's programs. So in Ireland, we graduate approximately 80 dietitians a year, nationally. So we're a country of about 5 million as well, so we're a small country. But having said that, we have vacancies of 500 in our health service at the moment. So if anybody would like to be a dietitian in Ireland, first of all, get your qualifications recognised, but that's what we are facing at the moment, is we have the dietitians have now been put on our critical skills list with the Department of Foreign Affairs, that, 500 vacancies and only turning out 80 dietitians a year, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have a further discussion in detail tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
One last question, please, from Poland.
Yeah, of course. Hello, I would like to ask you, what is the biggest barrier, in your opinion, for spreading Mediterranean diet in non-Mediterranean country? Is it the cultural impact, the economic impact, or maybe something else? Why it's so difficult?
Because we don't have the foods. It's as simple as that. So to buy extra virgin olive oil in Ireland, we've got to tell our patients where exactly they can find that on the supermarket shelves. In Ireland, we like to eat butter. We cook using butter. We cook, our cooking oils tend to be blended oils and not pure, even if it was rapeseed oil or sunflower oil. So it's the availability and accessibility to the food first and foremost. So what we found in the Medra diet is we actually had to provide the participants in that with a food hamper of the foods so that they could actually see and recognise what we meant by Mediterranean. And then we had to adapt typical foods that we eat or dishes that we eat in Ireland. And how do we make them more Mediterranean?
Very short question.
This is Teresa Climent from Spain, and I would like you to add something for your students. Tell them that they are very lucky because the oil from Spain is more expensive in our country than in your country. Can you understand that? We had a problem this year and we didn't collect all the olives because of the weather.
Yeah.
It's very dry. It didn't rain at all. So in one tree, maybe there were 3 olives, and we are used to provide all of Europe with our oil. Thank you, thank you. I can hear you saying thank you, but now the prices are lower in your country than in my country. Gosh. So our next tourist place will go to Ireland and buy the oil that you have in the shelves. Yeah. That was just a curiosity because I was hearing you, the Mediterranean diet will go to Ireland, for sure.
Well, it's interesting because fish would be important in the Mediterranean diet, yes, and we're an island. It was in our culture to fish. We eat very, very little fish. We're red meat, yeah.
Thank you a lot. We have to carry on. Thank you very much, Dr. Griffin. So now I have the pleasure to call Kostas. And Kostas is a person with a lot of activity, and we owe a lot to him.
No.
Of course, for his contribution to our university, as well as for his effort and kind support to organize this conference that we participate. Thank you, Kostas.
Thank you. we should thank all the colleagues that they work for all of this. So it's not one person, it's like the host, the people that they have worked from this department in order to realize this. So it's a group effort, and thank you very much for your kind words, but you don't owe me anything. It's like my duty. This is my duty. So let me tell you a personal story right now. I will try to explain to you how internationalization and internationalization activities can bring a small university, because we are a small university, to work with top universities. Not, in everyday life, but in, some priorities that we have set up. So what I'm going to present you is the work that we have been involved as a universities the last 3 years. So this is like how I'm going to start. I'm going to start the definition about what is internationalization, what are the barriers in order to boost internationalization, how we measure internationalization, good policies, what we have done here in HMU, and also opportunities to collaborate and conclusions. I think that I have forgotten the conclusions because I prepared this presentation last night, but the conclusions are going to be obvious. So let me start, how do we define internationalization? I will state, and I will be focused in 2 words, international and multicultural. So internationalization, a lot of people, they are confused that internationalization has to do only with mobilities. It's not this. I mean, if you are going to think internationalization by only just measuring how outgoing and how many incoming students you have, or academics, I think that you have lost a big opportunity. And the biggest opportunities about internationalization is, what did I say? Like to open the world and the opportunities that they exist already to everyone within the university. And this is the only way for small universities. Let's say yesterday in the morning we say non-centralized university, they can reach all the opportunities. So it has to do with opening the multiculturalism and the international mind of everyone within the university. So these are like, some of the activities and components of internationalization. I will state, and I will be very much focused on what you can do within a university without mobilities. So this means like how many international courses, how many international lectures, how many people you can invite online. Technology is the treatment of everything. And I'm very glad that during the morning also I can see, the magic of technology with nutrition, because this shows like the multiplier impact of technology and what can bring. So can also boost internationalization a lot. The curriculum of what do you offer to your students can be empowered by lecturers from abroad, online or English programs, but also, the student staff mobility. But let me focus here, not only physical, but blended mobility and also virtual mobility that right now Europe works in order to recognize as an internationalization actions, to count within the figures of a university in order to boost internationalization. So why internationalization is important? First of all, ranking. I mean, all the rankings, they count for internationalization, but not only for mobilities. It counts for international programs, joint degrees, joint masters, double degrees. These measures, how many seminars you are going to bring, how many BIPs, blended intensive programs you are going to organize, projects like, Professor Fragiadakis is bringing to the department. This counts a lot. But internationalization is not only education. Internationalization has to do with research as well. And as you will see in HMU, we have started to participate very actively to distributed research facilities, which means that our laboratories, they are becoming part of a network of European facilities. This provides excellent opportunities for our researchers to use equipment or techniques all over Europe. So recently we have received 2 big grants through the Horizon Europe for printed electronics, but also chips pack, which is the semiconductor. Now it's a priority in Europe. But this model that we have right now in these technologies can be applied in any research. So the know-how is here, is only to ask. More employable students, we have seen as well that, the students that they have enjoyed internationalization in their studies, they are 60% more employable than students that they have not faced. There is a very nice report, the impact of Erasmus, that you can see figures, from thousands of students and they compare thousands of data, you know, the last 5 years, when a student has an internationalization, how employable it is. I will always remember an example from my wife. I will say that she works in a very reputed consulting company, the Boston Consulting, and what do they like to see in the curriculum is like stages that the students, they have spent, you know, all their studies not only in one place. This does not mean like to have postgraduate degree that is necessary somehow because of the competition right now, but in the undergraduate studies, to be able to check that for a period of time you have been mobilized. Why this? Because this shows the soft skills, shows adaptability, shows problem solving, because you are moving out of your comfort zone. And for the employers, this is very important because you are going to be called everywhere. I mean, the offices and the companies right now are everywhere. You are going to be called tomorrow to go to Ireland, from Ireland to go to Switzerland, and from Switzerland to Valladolid, and from Valladolid to Malta. So they need to know that you are well trained on this. And it's not only the technical competencies, you know, the soft skills or the transversal competencies are so important or more important for companies like McKinsey, you know, according to the last report. And also, you know, the publications that include international authors receive more citations. And, you know, it's not the number of publications for our promotion. The correct answer is like, how many citations do you have? Because this shows the impact. Publications without citations, you know, probably are not so important for the community, because you publish for the others. You don't publish for yourself. So I will say that internationalization plays a key role on this as well. Challenges for internationalization. First one, language barriers. Can you see my accent? It's very Greek, no? I don't, you know, I learned, you know, English by moving on abroad. So I am like an experiential English learner, which means that no one cares about your accents, no one cares about your mistakes. So I have asked a lot of times, you know, American colleagues, and they told me that I will feel and I told them that I will feel very happy if I can hear, you know, Anne, that I remember her name right now. At the end of the week, I will remember all the names to try to come here speaking Greek. I will never comment, you know, that for mistakes that she's doing in Greek. All right, so, you know, these barriers should overcome. And the only way in order to overcome this is like to go abroad. Either you speak German, French, English, and, you know, try to practice. Listen, you know, TV, speak the language, and then, you know, this will be overcome. And this is something that you need to have as a future professionals. So what a great opportunity for someone. This is the only time of your life. Either we are professors or we are students, that someone supports in order to build your professional development. I mean, for me, it's quite stupid if we are not going to take advantage of what, you know, the universities offer with the financial support in order to build your career and build your curriculum. Another thing is like, in personal level, financial reasons. This is indeed a very big challenge. Before 2 weeks, Erasmus announced its report for the last 5 years, and one of the challenges that has been recognized by the Commission is like the funding that they provide in order to support students and staff to go abroad does not follow the increase of prices, you know, in daily life. But it's something that they have been recognized. And on top of this, think and focus what has happened, that someone pays something in order to build your career and your professional development. So take it as an investment, in my opinion. Regarding personal level, is the professional motivation, how motivated you are to go out of your comfort zone in order to interact, the financial barriers and the language barriers, and in the case of institution, bureaucracy. I mean, we like to say that we live in digital era, Erasmus without paper, that does not work because the dashboard does not work all the time, Erasmus student card that has been announced but is not, you know, applied yet. Bureaucracy is a factor. But again, bureaucracy exists, but think again about the professional development that you can have and how it can help you. Accreditation issues is still in Europe. I asked you about regularity profession. The same happens with the university. Other universities, the same course, 5 ECTS, the others 3 ECTS, different academic calendar. You know, these are issues that, you know, still we try to overcome. Still they are over there. National legislation barriers. Recently, we received an Erasmus Mundus proposal, and we are trying to understand, you know, what do they recognize the German national agency, the German accreditation agency, compared to the Greek accreditation agency. So these are the things that they exist, but Europe tries, you know, to overcome, but these are also barriers. How to monitor your internationalization actions? Of course, you know, these are standards, number of mobilities, but now they measure number of joint degrees, number of the double degrees, number of courses that we offer in English or in any language, don't stay in English only, but also, you know, in research, also, you know, the number of joint supervised PhDs, training courses and programs for doctoral students. There is a lot of tendency now the doctoral studies to come under doctoral schools. So the doctoral students, they should have training. And what, you know, the training in specific things and the specific needs that during the morning, a lot of speakers they have revealed. For example, how to teach. You should teach your PhD students how to teach. They are going to become the future teachers, the future researchers, the future group leaders. Also, how to write papers, how to review papers, how to write proposals. So all of these things, they are coming now under doctoral schools, that they are international doctoral schools, in order to collaborate and learn each other and promote the synergies. Joint and double degrees I have already mentioned. Visiting professors. We have a lot of calls about visiting professors that they can come here, let's say you can come here in Crete, you know, it's very nice even in the winter compared to the Ireland, as I learned, in order to teach our students, you know, whatever, you know. So this is like what we should do. You know, there is a figure which is called fostering your global fitness, which means how to boost your internationalization within a university. And I keep from this transparency, not the body, but keep, you know, in your transparency that you should stimulate your students every day. You should provide to the students and to the staff the opportunities to become more internationalized. If you are not doing this, you are going opposite. And, you know, the gap will increase. Because only as a team, only if we increase our opportunities and our offers, we can become, you know, bigger. So this is like, you know, the step of internationalization. This depends on the culture. There are cultures like in the US that, you know, a lot of ethnics, a lot of how can I say, religion groups, you know, they work together, they are already international. You know, in Greece, because we are very uniform state, we try through activities in our campuses in order to help and facilitate our students and staff to feel more international, in order to be able to think globally, in order to think, you know, different disciplines, what do they offer? You know, what are the different approaches regarding the culture? To be able to understand and communicate with Swedish, Israelis, Arabs. I still remember when I have received my first email from a Swedish, his email was, okay, best, you know, the name. I thought, you know, at the beginning, oh, because I'm Mediterranean and I'm approaching from Greece, does not like me. That's why he replied, but no, this is wrong. This is the way that they communicate. If you go to the British way, they are going to start with this, dear Kostas, I hope that you are well, with my best regard. Anyway, so it's very important to be able to understand different disciplines but different cultures, because this is the world. This is who are you going to talk. If you would like to stay isolated in a village that, you know, like in, what is the name of Obelix and Asterix, then okay, it's your option. But this means that you limited the opportunities. And here we are universities. We are learning centers. We should give to our students and to ourselves what is the reality, what are the options in order to exploit. So good policies about HMU, you know, this is a list of things that we are doing. I'm going to analyze them. So internationalization and home. What are our activities? This is like our last, not our last, this is our last before the next one. International week that we have organized in Hanya. In Hanya, we are doing this for 10 years. Whatever we organize, we have a topic. And in this topic, it was like soft and digital literacy, soft skills and digital literacy. But why we are doing this? We are doing this in order to show to the colleagues and to our students that when you enter HMU, you are not entering HMU. You are entering a network of more than 150 universities. And this means great opportunities. We are a small university, we don't have the competencies here, we have the president, we have financial challenges. We cannot hire anyone. So, but, the opportunities are there and collaborate. So why not, these students do not know this and go and exploit all these opportunities. Here is like what we are doing here, and we are very happy. Also, we are very happy that recently we have joined another priority of Commission, virtual exchanges. So we don't have to move on. Challenges, global challenges, they are discussed by the students, and students, they propose, their solution to the universities, starting from Sustainable Development Goal, and in this project is the first one that collaborates Israelis with Arabs, which means that also we are trying to challenge, peace issues in the Middle East by the students. And all of you, know that the students, they are young people. The flexibility of their mind is much better than ours. So they are the only stakeholders that they can provide real solutions to the problems. Also, we have, the global study challenges. These are, links that we have already informed our students through the International Relations Office. So there is an opportunity to interact and speak even if you don't go. Think it as an opportunity to practice your language. Of course, we participate in the Erasmus Days, and we organize political roundtables for the next week. It's like from the 9th to the 12th of October. They are going to be online, so you can follow it. So we have a panelist regarding Erasmus in Africa. Africa is the continent with the highest potential of students, to come and educate it in Europe and vice versa. We have, our students to speak to us about internationalization in higher education. In purpose, I have hired another poster about the academics to propose what we should do in order to have more internationalization in universities. We are part of a European university, so we would like to discuss the challenges and also the artificial intelligence in higher education. Another panelist from technologies, what is the impact and how we can use artificial intelligence as a tool. We have the Soft Skills Academy. The last 3 years we are working together with Study in Greece and Study in Israel. So, and McKinsey and Boston Consulting, that they teach every week our students for the last 3 years a key soft skills, not only, in theoretical level, but also in workshops. And also, we promote our students here. We have organized in HMU 3 BIPs as an organizers. The one was in soft skills. Together with 9 European universities, we had 53 students in the real workshops and 200, in the online shops. We have another one in corporate sustainability management, and last week we have one in additive manufacturing. So we are bringing people in order to interact with our scientists and big communities, learning communities in key technologies that the university is involved. Of course, during the COVID, it was like a great opportunity for us, and we organized, a webinar immediately after the COVID, how to teach online, tools and pedagogies. And in this one, we have 7,000 participants in 3 courses. Then this gave us the opportunity also to go and teach the students how you should learn online. So we had a collaboration. We have strong collaboration with Israel because of the proximity of the countries. And more than this, we are organizing through the International Relations Office courses in languages, not to learn how to learn English, because you can go, to experts, but how to practice English. And this is related also with the virtual exchanges that we are doing. We have joint courses with EPFL, which is a very big school in Lausanne, in Switzerland, in technologies that our researchers, they are involved in perovskites. And also, we are doing everything in order to bring market stakeholders and speak to our students, from all over the world, what are they looking for? Because this is very important. The universities, we should listen what they are looking for in order our students to be more employable. And of course, other activities related. We are very, very much sensitive, and we try to organize events in order to increase the number of female scientists in the leadership of the universities, but also in sciences. So we organize every year roundtables about how we can boost and what are the challenges for females in order to be engaged more in sciences. At the moment, what we have achieved is 0, because what we are doing is like mapping the needs. And then we will try to add. We have a very close collaboration every year with Marie Curie, which is like a very prestigious grant. And we are talking with Marie Curie holders in order to inform our scientists and our people about results. And also, the last 3 years, every Friday, we invite the best of the best online to our colloquia talks. And when I'm talking about best of the best, it's like the H index and also the citation of the scientists they have. And everything is for free. We don't pay anyone. And you can go to our website to see even 2 Nobel Prize winners in these colloquia talks. So every year I'm sending to my colleagues, please propose me, speakers. Whoever they are responding, I try to contact these people on abroad. But at the end, also we have our network. And this increases the network of our scientists. This is an internationalization action in order every week to have people, and we don't need to organize these events that are fantastic because we are coming close, but every week we are doing this to invite, people that they are motivators, people that they lead the technologies or whatever, we are doing for our scientists. Of course, we have the trainings, the mobilities, all of them, so I'm going to move on. We try, and the big vision myself, as a Vice Rector of Internationalization, is like to be able to promote that no one from HMU will have its bachelor degree without, a minimum period of internationalization in her or in his career, even 5 days. Because I think that you should have this as the minimum service that we can provide as a university. So I'm moving on because these are well-known modules and programs offered in English. Right now, we offer more than 100 courses in English for our incoming students in various, and also as a result of the internationalization in education, we have 2 master degrees. Together with laser fusion, that this has been announced and we have it for 3 years, and right now, last year, the Americans, they were so proud about the achievement of unlimited energy using fusion together with Bordeaux and Imperial College in London. And here we have flexible electronics together with Oxford, Technion, Johannes Kepler University, University of St. Andrews, Politecnico di Milano, and also top companies in the world. And this is a joint master degree that both of them, they run in English the last 3 years. And this year we are very happy that we achieved to have the first Erasmus Mundus. We had 6.5 million euros in order to attract the best students all over the world in nanotechnology, nanosensors, up to IoT. And this is a collaboration of 5 master degrees all over Europe. So they collaborate and we have a joint curriculum that has been recognized and is one of the top excellence priorities in Europe right now. We have the innovation project KA2, you are familiar, one of them. We were very happy on Wednesday that George is going to present. Also, these small scale projects promotes the synergy, and also as a consequence of what we are doing, we are part of the European universities. Our European university calls ATHENA, Advanced Technology Higher Education Network Alliance, and we are part of a European effort. Right now there are 50 European alliances that they are trying to collaborate totally, like in a specific topic. So our priority is to organize in research, education, and innovation in technologies, particularly the deep technologies. Why these? The deep technologies, because they have an impact in nutrition, as we have seen in the morning, in dietetics, in digital humanities, in languages, everywhere. So we would like this to be, to include all our departments. Also, we have developed through the ATHENA European Alliances joint courses. We have more than 1,500 courses in English right now. So our students, before they go, they can also attend, courses online. 1,500 courses in English. And this makes us also an attractive destination because we don't offer only 60 that I said you before, but we offer 1,500 students. The merging of 9 European universities. In order to operate together. So this is what we have done. Of course, we are learning from each other. From German colleagues, we are learning how to approach industry, from Italians, how to teach online, and vice versa. So I will move on. This is something we are doing a lot of collaboration. Also, smart cities can be an important role on what you are doing as well here. And we are creating learning hubs in order people to learn in a specific topic. So we have created and I'm coordinating the ATHENA Photonics Hub that I'm bringing, people working in photonics all together to develop joint activities in education and also to register the research facilities that they exist in photonics in order to build a network and help and facilitate our students and our staff to do research in photonics. But this is just an example. It could be in agriculture, it could be in dietetics, okay? So we are trying to promote the synergy and the collaboration, and as I'm moving towards the end, I spoke as fast as I could. Thank you, Anne, for the time that you left me. Also, we are the only Greek university right now that has received, for the recognition of the quality and the quantity of internationalization action, the silver medal from the European Commission. Until now. We hope to be until now because the competition is high. But of course, we are going to be very happy if other Greek universities also, they will try to receive this. Also, we are very happy that we are the first Greek university coordinating capacity building projects. European universities, Erasmus K2 capacity building that gives us an extension to work with countries outside of Europe. This is it's called scientific diplomacy because knowledge is transferred from Europe to other areas, and we're keeping going because we have a lot of things to do. But I think that we are in a good way. Καθημερινή, which is one of the, how can I say, the Times of Dublin or the Times in London. They have recognized this effort. I'm not saying that we are the best. We are not the best for sure, but we are working in order to become better. I myself, I'm a general secretary also of the study in Greece, an effort in Greece in order to promote the Greek studies abroad, but the government later on has been placed. And because of all these activities, we have an established collaboration. Of course, in engineering, because, probably I'm biased from this, but, in general, our departments, they have some flagship collaboration. A small university that we don't have a ranking right now because we changed our name, but we have an established collaboration whenever we want as a joint degrees, as a joint projects with all these universities. All right, and these include, for sure, the top 50 universities in Europe right now. And this is, I would like to show to you that if you provide the opportunities and you like what are you doing in internationalization, in research, whatever you are going to do, and people, they trust you, size does not count in the universities. It's only professionalism and only, to express your desire to go ahead. So how can we collaborate, all of us? Of course, with signing bilateral agreements to have mobilities, KA131, this is the first recipe of success, with the people like my colleague and friend, Angelos, KA171, in order to collaborate mobilities, but also to have a strategic vision, what we would like to do with countries beyond Europe, BIPs, blended intensive programs. I would like to inform our colleagues that we have money for the next year to organize 11 BIPs, so one per department, so the opportunities are there, the money exists, capacity building projects, and of course, I would like to create, a conference, HMU and Friends. So in order, to meet, every year, depending on the size. Our next event will be in Chania from the 28th to the 31st of May, and the topic will be pedagogies and technologies in higher education. And I think with this, I forgot the thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kostas, for the very integrated presentation, showing many different aspects. It's very exciting. I think we can have one or two questions from the audience, please. The lady from Spain.
Yes. Thank you. I'm tired.
Tired?
If you want us to collaborate with you, could you tell us, please, what do you eat?
What? What?
Or what do you smoke?
What do I eat?
Yes.
I'm on diet. It actually, it was a very nice question in the morning about fasting. I'm trying to do fasting, but I'm changing now.
My goodness, it's terrible. Following you is tiring. You are like a horse. Okay.
A horse?
Yes. No,
Thank you. But a lot of
A racehorse, a racehorse.
Now seriously. When you said that you are bringing the best in online, just online conferences every week, that's amazing. But do you have statistics about how many people is
Correct.
on and is connected and is listening to and is understanding?
You are placing now 3 different questions. So I will start to reply, I will give you 3 different answers. How many participants? I will say you this depends on the rhythm. I totally agree that we are doing every week and probably we are pushing people. So on average, regarding the colloquia talks, because they are open to our network, I will say you depending on the speaker and on the effort that we have placed in order to disseminate the thing, which is usually 1 week, we have around 35 to 40 participants per colloquia talk. And this means 110 colloquia talks. Other talks, they can have, more than 100. Others, they can have the minimum that we had, around 17. So this is the average of participation. Answering now, how many do they understand? A criteria, I don't know, but a criterion could be the questions. So the more the questions, for me, the more the understanding. So on the average, probably we have, 3 to 4, 3 to 5 questions. Average. So the third one, you had the third. Okay, all right. Now, do you pay attention to me? I don't know. Even we are face to face, but online it's like.
The answer. Now I understand the question. The answer is he eats superfood.
Superfood. I like, diet, I think. Okay? Thank you.
So thank you all. I think we are done in this amphitheater.
Yes, and the rest of the people that would like to listen about IoT technology. Some of us should go to the other amphitheater.
Giorgos Tsikalaki's, please take the floor.
Hello to everyone. I'm very proud and very happy because I have the opportunity to be part of this International Week. I'm Dr. Giorgos Tsikalaki's. I am laboratory teaching staff, teacher in this university, in this department. And I have the honor to have with us Dr. Fiona McCulloch from the United Kingdom. As part of my scientific research, of course, development and sustainable development, and I have the honor to present, and I have the luck to hear the speech about the development of telehealth research to support dietitians and students. After COVID-19, I think it's very important to know how we can offer all this support. So, I welcome you, and we have the opportunity to hear you. Fiona, ready?
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
We can see you, we can hear you.
Can you see my screen? Shall I go ahead?
Yes, now we can see it.
You can see it?
Yes, yes, we can see you, and we can see your presentation.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I enjoyed very much listening in to the last presentation, very motivating. I am sorry that I can't be with you in person today. Today is the start of the new term at my university. So we are basically welcoming all of the new students. And as you can imagine, there are many activities. But it's a great privilege to be able to participate in your conference and to talk to you a little bit about the learning journey that I have been on in my placement lead role at the University of Nottingham in diversifying our placement opportunities for dietetics students. So the University of Nottingham is in the Midlands in England, and if you've ever flown into Birmingham Airport, you're not too far away. If you've been to London, you're still not very far away, you're just about 2 hours by train. So I heard in the last talk that you're very keen to collaborate and to develop international links. So if you're ever anywhere in England, near me, I'd be very pleased to meet you and show you around our campus. So I want to just take you right back to the beginning of practice learning, as it is for the dietetics education within the UK. So currently, all of our courses that we offer in the UK are accredited by the British Dietetic Association, which is our professional body. And the professional body has indicated that 1,000 hours of practice learning are required. So as you know, these are periods where learners will undertake various practice-based learning activities to apply and practice their newly acquired knowledge and skills in a safe environment. And when I started on the course at Nottingham just over 20 years ago, all of these 1,000 hours or 30 weeks needed to be in person in a clinical hospital with a dietitian. But we have come on a long developmental journey of understanding the ways that we can best utilise clinical learning in the hospital, which is so vital, and how we can complement that with other types of practice-based learning. And it's some of the more recent innovations that at Nottingham we put into place during the pandemic period, and since then we have further developed and refined our processes that I want to talk to you today about. In the United Kingdom, we are helped by the fact that now we have defined within the curriculum these alternate ways of practice-based learning. The examples in that top slide: clinical simulation, technology-enabled care services, and public health. Indeed, in the tech side, the technology-enabled, many of our clinics have actually stayed in the National Health Service that we have in the UK. They've actually stayed online, because what the dietitians are finding, the dietetic departments are finding, that engagement is much higher. There are less did not attend cases, and patients, service users, are finding it much more flexible and accessible in terms of time and cost. However, of course, we want to have the bulk of the 1,000 hours, the majority of those, in the clinical in-person setting. So these other activities can't exceed more than approximately 1/3 of the time. We also have guidance that one of the final blocks of learning that any dietetics student should undertake should be a block of placement. And the second point there tells us that it should not be less than 350 hours long. And this can be continuous. Most of our placements are indeed full-time, but it also may be part-time. Some other degree programmes find that a more integrated model between some days in practice learning and some days back at the university works for their delivery. And indeed, if we have a student with a disability, such as a chronic disease that becomes very tired, may not be able to function full-time, then of course we have to provide a part-time placement. And for us at Nottingham, that would typically be a 4-day placement or a 4.5-day placement. I mentioned that previously we had all of the experience in a hospital, but we recognise that dietitians are working and impacting positively health and nutrition outcomes broadly across the sector. Research, public health, industry, charities, voluntary organisations, the list goes on and on. And therefore, we also want to ensure that our placements give our students a taster to a range of different types of areas that they may wish to work in the future. Over the years, some of our harder to recruit areas such as paediatric dietetics or mental health dietetics have often attributed the fact that they traditionally didn't take students on placement because it was viewed to be too complex and too highly specialised. This was a reason why very few students after 2 or 3 years working actually chose mental health or paediatrics as a speciality, because they hadn't really tried it. They didn't really know what it was about. So for our programme at Nottingham, we are a small programme with under 40 students. It's a 4-year programme, and we have a bit of a spiral curriculum going on. But we basically start with a lot of the broad science, the indicative curriculum that is specified around biochemistry, food, genetics, cell biology, anatomy, and the spread of basic science. And then gradually, through the years, we increase the amount of diet therapy that we are delivering. The placements then are at towards the end of year 1, a short 4-week placement, 12 weeks over the summer of the end of year 3, and this is really the skills development placement, the second B placement we call it, and then the final more consolidation placement is in the final semester. It's January to April of the 4th and final year. This slide is taken from our A placement that you noted in the previous slide. It's 4 weeks in year 1. This is designed to allow our students to identify and understand a bit about the spread of roles that dietitians do, and to allow them to reflect and become more aware of the various skills that they're going to need to develop on later placements. We have 6 learning outcomes for our A placement, and those are listed in the rows down the slides, from applied knowledge through to professionalism and team working. And we have 7 tasks, and these tasks are delivered either in person from a clinical dietitian who comes in from one of our local hospitals, or we do deliver a few of them, such as I'm speaking to you now, via Zoom or via a Teams link. And you will see how we have mapped these various tasks along the columns: health, safety and welfare, so some of the policy documents that the students have to become aware of, communication skills, number 4 there, catering, food provision, down to a professionalism task. So it's very important that our students understand that they are developing on placement skills around knowledge, applied knowledge, also skills around communication skills, written and oral, individual, one-to-one and in groups, and also, of course, that whole awareness of safe professional practice or professionalism. So as I've said, this placement is really getting to know through a little bit of experience what's expected. Our tasks are submitted and marked, and if the student has met the threshold for all 7 tasks, we take that as an indication they have passed the A placement. Then the processes for the remaining 2 placements become a little bit more sophisticated, as you would expect. Our students record their learning materials and evidence that they have completed the required tasks to the required level on an e-portfolio. And we have a license with a company called PebblePad to do that. I know some other institutions use some other electronic resources nowadays. Before we moved to an e-portfolio, we of course just had a big lever arch file, and everything used to get photocopied and signed and stored in the file. And we also have a set of learning outcomes, milestones, and assessment tools. And all of this paperwork is available on the link in red on this slide. And we have it freely available on the website so that our practice educators, or those colleagues on the in-person placement supervising the students, can access these resources very easily without any password protection. I mentioned we have 6 learning outcomes for A placement. We have 10 learning outcomes for B and C. We build an additional 4 learning outcomes onto the first 6 that I showed you on the previous slide. And those would be around prioritization, assessing the patient, advice giving, documentation. We have a university tutor who each year takes 5 or 6 students. So typically in our program team, we have 6 or 7 registered dietitians, so relatively small groups. And the rest of this slide shows you the individual documents that our students have to complete during their blocks of placement learning. We have an end of week review, or a feed forward form that is completed at the end of each week. And then there's also a milestone form with various time points. And a very important time point for us is halfway through the placement. We call it the halfway review. And typically the university tutor will attend for that feedback to establish how on track to finish successfully at the end of the block of placement the student is. And indeed, if there have been any issues or the student is struggling, then a bit of an informal initially support plan will be put in place to try to ensure the student gets the best possible learning opportunities to develop their skills and to demonstrate and evidence that they're managing to meet what's required before the end of their placement. One of the things that we have done is split our summer 12-week B placement into a block of 4 weeks that's run by the university prior to the hospital or the in-person clinical placement for the remaining 8 weeks. And for the last 4 years, we've been delivering 4 weeks of simulated placement. And we've used week 1 and week 4, as it says on this slide, to give the students skills practice, particularly with their patient consultations. We have a number of trained patients that are trained in the requirements of the course and trained to give constructive feedback, and they talk to the students, they give them clinic practice. We also have some cultural competency content, such as an Asian study day, and we have talks and tutorials and small group activities around record keeping and professionalism. In between weeks 1 and week 2, in between week 1 and week 4, the middle 2 weeks are for a non-traditional, or we call it a complementary placement. And for this period, our students typically connect with a freelance dietitian or a company, such as a food bank, or a charity such as Diabetes UK or Guts UK. Typically, we allocate them in pairs, so they've got a bit of peer support, and they complete some projects for that placement. This will typically be developing some worksheets, preparing some foods and taking some photographs of it, preparing some social media type material. We're quite flexible around the types and the nature of the project, because we recognise that these smaller placements for 2 weeks will be quite varied in what they can provide our students with. But this complementary placement is one of the ways that we allow our students to become familiar with some of the other roles that ultimately, when they're a graduate dietitian, they may wish to work in. And we also have quite a number of shared learning activities after these 2 weeks placement, so that all of the students in the cohort can hear about the range of activities from their fellow students. We try to spread the awareness as widely as we can. Then for the remaining 8-week placement, we, as I've mentioned, have the halfway visit by the tutor and students that have a support plan. So this could be entitlement to extra time at university and exams with coursework. For example, if a student has dyslexia, they would typically at my university be entitled to 25% extra time. So on the end of the 8-week placement, we allow 1 extra week for that. And we also say we recognise that a little bit of absence is perhaps to be expected. So students can miss 2 or 3 days without needing to make up the extra time. And that is because the amount of placement learning that we allocate to them is over 1,000 hours to allow for that. If they miss anything more than 2 or 3 days, then of course we get them to make up that time at the end of the placement. So I'll just skip on over that next slide and just move us on in the interest of time to the final year C placement, which in the hospital is 11 weeks, but that is preceded by 1 week of clinical leadership. And we do this virtually with all of the students. We have some guests come in from dietetic practice. We have someone who comes from food industry, someone from public health, someone from research, the range of different activities, and the students go through various clinical leadership projects and activities to embed their knowledge on this really important topic. One of the benefits of delivering this to the whole cohort is that we are then assured that all of the students have had the same content and adequate content on this particular subject area. This is one of the subject areas that the most recent professional body curriculum for dietitians has increased the content on, and that's why it's important to us. Then the students go out from towards the end of January until the middle of April for an 11-week placement. Again, if they have a support plan, they will be entitled to a couple of extra weeks this time to reflect the longer period of placement. And we are currently allocating our students to the same placement for the block of B and the block of C. And that allows a nice run through of experience. The student is going back on C placement, familiar with the processes that they've left before. Clearly, students need to lift up the level of their performance by the time they're at C placement. By this stage, they've had almost all of the theoretical module teaching, and they've had more than half of their block of clinical placement as well. So we're looking for increased consistency, more independence and prioritization, and enhanced competence, and just that ability to work in a more timely fashion, indicating that they're ready to become a dietitian. I'm not sure how familiar these challenges and issues are to you on the slide, but I'm sure that our students are not unique. Students develop at different rates on placement, and some of them just need a bit more practice, particularly with structuring their work, their communications, particularly their interviews and consultations. And they need to just practice to speed up, to have that confidence to go a little bit quicker without missing anything. We also have the students do some activities back at university between B placement and C placement with more complex patients, perhaps patients with comorbidities, particularly to help our students tailor the advice specifically to the main issue that the patient is presenting with. So that moves me on to the background of why we have diversified our placements to include a 1-week block of virtual communication placement. And this is because sometimes we need some extra placement activity available. Sometimes our placements in person are not able to support our students for the full block of time that they need, especially if the student has to miss some time in the middle of a placement that's been allocated for bereavement or for other family issues. So during the period of the pandemic, the rapid developments in technology enabled us to think more broadly how we could develop something that was authentic and a valuable practice-orientated virtual experience. And alongside the dietetic professional body finding this acceptable, so did the professional body for nursing and for physiotherapy. So we have devised this to be an interprofessional learning activity for our students at Nottingham as well. So it's managing to tick a number of the different boxes for our students. So this placement is actually hosted and set up on our virtual learning environment, because our VLE at Nottingham is Moodle. Many of you will be familiar with Moodle. And it's basically set out with 4 sections. And there's just a screenshot of some of the Moodle page on these next few slides. It's broken down into four areas. First, there's an introduction about what's going to happen in the week of placement. Then there's some preparation, and this is in terms of a lot of policy documents, a lot of reading. There's an area in the preparation area that's like a virtual library that the students go to remind themselves of policies around patient confidentiality, GDPR, effective record keeping, all of that basic information that surrounds communication. And then the main part of this learning is around watching some consultations and learning how to carry out an effective consultation, from the small talk and establishing empathy and rapport at the beginning of the consultation right through to the ending, and very much also consideration of the additional requirements and considerations for a telehealth consultation. So there are examples for the students to watch. And then there is a task that the students need to do in pairs where they practice communication skills with each other. The final block there says reflection, and this is where the students document some of what they've learned. We encourage them to record, just the 2 of them, their attempt at their first few consultations, and to watch that back together and reflect on it. We don't ask them to upload the recording anywhere, but just to make a record for themselves. So these are the main tasks that the students complete. So when they're in the consultation room then, the layout, as you can see in the top part of this slide, where it says reception, waiting room, mentor's office, etc., the Moodle page moves the students around the various areas. And when they're in the consultation room, there is a scenario mocked up for a patient that we've called John Radford. And he's typically in his mid-60s, a patient presenting with type 2 diabetes. And this is one of the physiotherapy colleagues who role plays, taking the advice, doing the consultation, and another colleague has role played being the patient on that occasion. So the students can watch the video. We're not going to take time to play it now, but that is obviously available to them, and we're encouraging them to watch and to re-watch a number of times. As you can see in this next slide, there's a clear explanation of what the goals were around both diet and physical activity. And because this is designed for interprofessional learning to help our students think as part of the multidisciplinary team, we want them to reflect that the physiotherapy colleagues would be perhaps more involved in giving more tailored, bespoke physical activity advice, and the dietitians deal with the dietetics. At the end, there are a number of worksheets, reflection sheets that the students need to spend time working through, thinking about practicing their reflection skills. And there are a number of other scenarios written in at the end, where if the patient had presented with a hearing difficulty or with a sight difficulty, what adaptations might be expected out in practice. And of course, in order to be fully accessible, we have written transcripts available for all of the video footage and all of the other activities. So how are we getting on with this new resource at Nottingham? Well, currently we are using it to make up some hours on a case-by-case basis. We're also encouraging any students that need to interrupt with us to perhaps go through and refresh their knowledge and their confidence with communication skills, with consultations, prior to restarting a block of in-person placement. We're also recommending it to students that perhaps struggle with their confidence with speaking out loud. And the feedback to date across the university is very positive for those that have needed to use it. If we got into a situation where we had inadequate clinical placement, in-person placement capacity, then we may well change to use resources such as this one, and we have a number of others that I'm not talking to you about today, as a part of the students' learning to really help with capacity and learning hours. We're just going to come in to finish now with the last few slides. But of course, alongside helping the students overcome from the academic side any communication challenges, lack of confidence they might have, we also very much buddy with our specialist disability and learning difference services, and we will often meet with the student and disability support services together to talk about what a support and reasonable adjustment might be appropriate for practice placement, and indeed then for working in the workforce after that as a registered dietitian. We've got, like I'm sure all universities do nowadays, excellent support services that give a lot of tailored, bespoke and very helpful advice to our students before they go on placement. And very often, of course, issues arise when they're on placement. We can only go so far in terms of predicting what placement might be like. So very often we take some appointments in the placement, during placement, and then after placement as well, to ensure that all of our students are as supported with an inclusive and equitable teaching and learning and placement environment as possible. So that brings me to my final slide. It's been lovely to talk to you, and I would be very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Fiona McCullough from the Nottingham University. I'd like to ask if someone wants to ask something. Personally, I want to say that, yes, of course, teleeducation is something that came to our life, and it came in order to stay. But in the same time, I noticed that you focus very much in two different aspects. First of all was the communication skills, and then was the professional skills. Do you have any fear that probably communication can be over of professionalism, and through this way we can lose something of the personal relation that we have with the education system that it was existing till now?
Thank you. That's a very interesting topic. My personal view is that we need to ensure that our students are equipped to be able to handle the telehealth, the virtual clinic situation, as well as the in-person consultations. So I guess for us, we've developed a learning resource that can just count for 35 hours of the placement of the 1,000 placement hours. So I see it as a bit of a preparatory ground, a bit of an early learning activity that will then help our students get the best possible learning out of their in-person communication. But I completely agree with you. There is something very unique and important about our students experiencing adequate in-person experience with patients, be that giving advice or just being around them, observing them, receive help and support from other members of the multidisciplinary team. There is a certain dimension in the room, a dynamic that allows non-verbal and verbal communication to be viewed and evaluated and reflected in practice, reflected upon in the moment, much more easily than communicating through the screen. So I guess our resource is designed to allow the students to practice their telehealth, that technology-enabled clinic practice, and to perhaps think about the need to connect in advance, to think about one's background, some of the other considerations. Because I think it's true to say that in the pandemic, we had some students join for online learning, and they would think nothing of just joining from their bed or joining, and there was lots of clutter sitting around them, or they wouldn't wish to turn their camera on. Then if there was a reason to turn their camera on, it was not perhaps the same level of professionalism that you need to demonstrate as a student healthcare professional prior to becoming a registered or qualified healthcare professional, or in my case, dietitian.
Thank you very much. Is anyone from the audience that want to make any question or needs any definition about his excellent presentation? I have to look always in my back in order to see our speaker. Yes, Mr. Dr. Raikos.
Thank you. Hi, thank you very much for your very detailed presentation of the course that you're offering. I just wanted to ask, because we have here with us in the audience today some students, and possibly one of the questions that could come up at some point is, especially for international students that they don't live in the UK, what are the entry requirements? I mean, what is the easiest way to access the course, or for being admitted to this? It's an undergraduate course, right? Yes.
Yes, indeed. The course that I'm referring to, that I'm involved in, is a 4-year undergraduate course. So we would accept applications via the International Baccalaureate. If any international student wished to make contact with us, we would establish what current science background they're currently doing, and we would align then the entry requirements similar to what we would expect from the United Kingdom, which typically for us would be an A and 2 Bs at A level, and we would ask for one science, either chemistry or biology, and another two subjects.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know.
Thank you very much. I think we are on time, and we need some more minutes in order to, when buses will come and go back to CITIA, because they will have also some cultural visiting. I would like to thank you, all of you, that you're staying and you follow this speech. We have the appointment today, I repeat, 6 past 10. 6 to 10, indeed. 6 to 10 in the center of CITIA, in order to go to the Folklore Museum, and then the wine reception offered by the Association Vincenzo's Cornaros. So thank you, and see you tomorrow.